Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Fellas, a couple of fresh faces in here.
How are you?
Doing all
John,
right.
plug it in the bottom one. Yeah, there you go.
There you
go.
We're still getting technically sound in here, but
I'm
that's why it's
doing
called
great.
Here we go. Here we go.
How are you, man?
Doing all right.
Good.
Feeling good.
How was
good.
the show today?
Fantastic. I definitely used up my word count, so I'm gonna go mute for the next couple of hours after we get done here.
I
I
love
hear ya.
doing that. I love getting in the car
Right?
after a show and not talking.
Right? Yeah.
Very
it's the
nice.
best. Yeah.
Yeah.
People forget the wear and tear on the human body this job brings.
Oh yeah,
They
lots
think
of sitting.
They think we can't be able to do anything after this, but here we are, just grinding through the days.
Oh yeah, the grind boys.
Mhm.
It is really mentally exhausting. There are nights where I refuse to
Nick,
talk
there
after
are
the show.
people out
Absolutely.
There are people picking up trash, and
There
you're
are.
going to say that you're exhausted after a day
Mentally,
of work?
yeah.
Mentally exhausting.
Interesting.
I'm
not
not-
physically.
I'm
My
not going to
collar is
bag
white.
Nick for
Oh,
this
wait,
one.
It's not today. Blue.
Like you get done
Blue
with a
collar
4-hour
joke.
radio show, you get done calling a game. You know how that feels.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you're just brain tired.
Sleepy.
The worst is calling a
Sleepy.
game. When I was at my previous job in Kearney, my girlfriend lived in Des Moines at the time, and so I would call her when I get done with games, let her know that I was done on the way home, just catch up for the day. And she would have to tell me 5 minutes in, you have to stop using your announcer voice, because I would just be talking to her, and she would find it very offensive that I'd be, oh, hey there, Katie, how's it going? Hey, everything going all right?
Text from the 402 says, Josh, you should try not talking during the show.
Oh,
Ooh,
I
okay.
think that'd be
hey.
a little difficult. I mean, John, if you want to do the show solo today.
I got a solo show tomorrow, so you can join in.
Yeah.
There we
Yeah.
go.
John, you're struggling over there.
I know things are not. I'm not used to
You're
sitting in
trying
this
plug
chair.
Everything in at once. It's not the T800.
Everything's
You're
going
gonna be
badly.
fine.
I
I
don't
keep
know.
looking over there and
I'm just
everything's
like-
unplugged. He's moving things
I'm
around.
swinging my arms
He
wildly
couldn't
over
find
here.
his adapter earlier.
Hey,
Things are-
sometimes you need guidance to find the adapter.
Hey,
Well,
he-
and listen, you don't even have headphones, so
No,
who
I don't
are you
know
to
where they
suggest
are.
guidance?
They
What the
disappeared.
hell is happening right now?
I don't know.
Also, you know what? John is right. This microphone sounds bad.
Yeah.
It sounds
It's-
horrible
it's
now.
I mean,
crunchy.
I assume it does.
It sounds.
It's very crunchy.
It sounds like I'm not
Crunchy.
talking actually into the microphone.
Yeah.
It's like a setting.
Yeah, I got you cranked, which is weird because I never have to have you
How
cranked.
about now? Did that fix it at all? Nope, not really.
No.
It's that seat. I don't know. Something's wrong
Yeah,
with
I
that,
like sitting
that
over there.
spot over
Should've
there.
just stayed over
Well,
there.
the John Bishop chair. There's
Yeah.
always something
Something's-
aloof there.
Something's going on with the microphone. I wonder what it is. Do I have
Oh.
to remove that? Nah, it still sounds kind of
I feel
crappy.
Like I sit in that chair for after hours. I sit in that chair when I fill in for Connor.
Yeah.
So I have
This
I
is
have
the
like
number one chair.
I know
except
where-
for on after hours for
No,
some reason. Why
I-
does Jimmy sit over
I
there?
don't know. He does. But
We don't know why
I
Jimmy
know
does
where
a
to-
lot of things.
I know where all of my stuff goes on that.
Yeah.
Over here, I'm like, where do the things go?
You know what?
What
John?
happens?
At the very least, I appreciate you asking. Where do I plug in? Because a lot
Yeah.
of people they do it over here and then they trip and they
Yeah,
rip their
I don't-
computer
Yeah,
on the ground.
right.
There's a charging port
Yep.
up there.
There's a place for that.
Yeah. So shout out to you.
Just like there's an app for that. There's a place for that.
Yeah. Shout out to you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out while I'm here.
Mm.
Good one.
So how are we?
Yeah. All good. All good. I'm loving the weather. It's hoodie season. It's long sleeve season.
Yeah.
I mentioned this in the previous crossover, which you would know because you've done marathon hours. Was
Oh,
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that earlier this week that you were doing that?
No, that's next
Or is
week.
that next week? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so what I'm doing, I'm filling in with Jack. Because he said I will do your show
Mhm.
if you do the midday
Okay.
show. And I
Very
said
nice.
that sounds fun.
That is fair.
I don't think I've done the 8-hour shift in a while.
Right.
So I'm excited for it.
I'm a little upset that I won't be here for that.
Yeah. Nick's going to be gone. He's going to be on vacation.
You will go mute after that, though.
It is.
After 8 hours.
It's an
you'll be
experience, man.
Well, I mean, I've done the show and then I've called games. So I record podcasts after the show. I'll be fine.
Whoa.
I'm not worried. Yeah.
You're
Chasing
good.
3 hours.
Last night I recorded a running pod and then I did an interview podcast for a Husker fan podcast.
A running interview pod?
Yeah, I interviewed someone for my running pod right after the show. And then after that, I went on with some Husker fans on their podcast.
Do you think you would ever do a marathon? Say when you're at Boston, would you carry a tiny mic with you and interview the people that you're running next to?
That sounds terrible. That sounds horrible.
I bet that would be great content.
They would. You would instantly be the most hated runner at the Boston Marathon.
That's like a $250 bit. That's just the race, let alone the actual like flying there and staying there. Yeah,
you're going anyway.
I love bits, Nick, but I don't love bits that much.
Yeah, podcasting and audio medium would be kind of tough to be able to tell with a lot of heavy breathing. It would be interesting.
I think it'll add to it. Theater of the mind.
Strap a GoPro to your head and go live on Twitter.
There's this guy. His name is Kofuzi. He lives in the Chicago area, and his thing is he runs with one of those all the time. So he does all this stuff on YouTube. But when he does races, he'll bring it with him, and you can get banned actually from some races. Like Boston doesn't allow that. Boston doesn't allow that.
Why?
I don't know. Danger. I don't know. Just to make sure.
What's dangerous about it?
What if somebody swung it and hit him in the face, Nick? Yeah, I think that. I imagine it's some sort of safety. But yeah, you're not allowed to do it at Boston. You can do it in other races. But yeah. So
the more you know.
Yeah. I am not. I don't have a GoPro, first of all. So
you can borrow mine.
Yeah.
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 I'll lend it to you.
I don't like the idea of making every run content. I love running.
Not every run has to be.
For him, it is, dude. Every time he runs, he posts it on YouTube.
That's too much.
Yeah, but that's his job now. His job is running.
That is fair.
And he gets free shoes.
If it is your job. Yeah.
I love the idea of free shoes.
Would you get tired of running if it was your job?
I've wondered that many times. I don't know. Because it is my hobby.
I don't get tired of talking about sports, man.
Yeah, that's true.
There are sometimes I get tired of talking about sports.
Really?
College basketball, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, especially when you get into like the dog days of just like about a month ago when you're kind of just like refreshing the page and there's nothing new that's coming up and like the Huskers have 150 people as Dylan Raiola quarterback 1. Like we talked about the same topics like all the time. We're just trying to do something new on like a different spin on it. Luckily we're into August, so these conversations feel like they matter again, which is good. That I enjoyed that aspect of it, but there's only so many. And the worst part too, and I'm sure you guys can relate to this as well, is when your friends come to you and they're like, "Hey, you must know. We were just talking with my buddies about this. What do you think?" I don't care.
Yeah.
Like,
wow. You say it to your friends?
Yes.
Wow.
I want to talk to my friends about other things rather than just about what I talked about earlier that day, which they could have listened to if they were listening.
I would never say that to my friends. If they were like, "Hey, I want to talk to you. I want to get your take on, Adrian Martinez." I'd be like, "I don't want to hear yours." Like, I could not imagine saying that. But my friendships with these guys has been built on, talking sports for years. So
true.
That's a part.
It's a little different. Yeah. There's
like our group chat talks about sports all day long.
Yeah. I'm in a fantasy football group chat, which we just received our draft pick order yesterday.
We got to set that up too.
There you go. See, just trying to set reminders out for people. But I got that video and I sent a text back and someone just, they basically respond the same thing and just either don't respond at all or someone tells me to shut up. So that's fine. Like I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know my pecking order in the group.
Yeah,
I picked 9 this year, so we'll be fine.
I have said it like at family gatherings, like I just really don't feel like talking about this.
Right.
But mainly, honestly, when that happened the most was in the Frost era because it just turned into arguments the entire time.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like politics. Scott Frost became politics for our family.
Or your friends text you and expect you to be the ultimate insider. Like, hey, what's the truth about this?
That was always the best
like,
part.
dude, I don't know.
I'm happy to provide information to my friends. My friends get the best info.
I'll give you what I know. But
I got pretty good during the rule hire that when all of that was going on and there was like a million different coaches that it could have been. I just kept responding with when there's smoke, there's fire. And it seemed to work because they'd go, "Oh, okay, I see. Yeah." And you'd be like, "Yep, whatever you're hearing is the same that I've got." Because it usually is.
Yep.
Wow. Maybe I'm a better friend than you guys.
You definitely are.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
No, I'm just saying.
Good.
I'm saying like there are things that I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
just say I don't know then.
I do, and they're like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Yeah, my friends, if I say I don't know, they're like, "You're an idiot, then why didn't you learn more?" So like they make fun of me for it.
It sounds like you have bad friends.
I have great friends. I love my friends. They're the closest friends in the whole world. I went to Mexico with them.
Nice.
They're a great group of guys. And so if I'm happy to give them information on things.
I respect that.
I let them know, hey, I heard Teddy Prohaska maybe tore his ACL. Sadly, it was true.
It was.
My friends, if you want the best info, you got to be in my friend group chat.
Right, perfect. And don't get muted. Don't get muted.
Yeah.
Here, everyone, here's Josh's cell phone number.
All right, let's settle down now.
Did connect with me on LinkedIn, so I feel like I'm about to get some good inside information. I'll message you on LinkedIn every other once in a while.
Dude, every now and then
how are you?
I log on because I'll get an email and it's like 11 people clicked your profile.
Nice.
I'm like, you know what? I should check out what's going on LinkedIn. And it's just a bunch of birthday wishes from last year. And I'm always like, I should finally mark these as read. I did that a couple weeks ago. I was very proud of myself. I was like, I'm going to mark these as read.
I made the mistake of logging into my LinkedIn for the first time in almost a year.
How'd that go?
Well, now I just keep getting emails from LinkedIn.
Yeah, they know. They
really do.
LinkedIn really has the worst notifications of any of the social media platforms.
People who viewed your profile, why do I care?
Okay, do you
They'll
think
be like, 11 people viewed your profile.
Well, because they want
9
you to pay for
months
premium
ago.
so you can see it.
That's true.
Do you guys think that LinkedIn is the worst or Nextdoor?
I've never used
I
Nextdoor.
have Nextdoor turned off.
Is that the neighborhood one?
The notifications are off for Nextdoor.
Nextdoor sucks.
Nextdoor is just yik yak for the suburbs.
Oh, I was a big Yik Yak fan.
I was in college.
I
I
finally deleted my profile actually on there because I kept getting emails from Blackstone and I haven't lived in Blackstone in 2.5 years. Sorry to hear that. And so because I forgot my password and so I never could get back in and I was like, you know what, I'm going to reset this and I'm going to delete all this.
Nextdoor does not like it if you move.
Yeah, exactly.
Nextdoor not
I don't
happy.
care about the cats that are out.
Yeah, it defeats the purpose of the app if you do move.
Because then you're not next door anymore.
Yeah.
LinkedIn does suck pretty hard though. Though I will. So the times now that I log on to it are because I'm going to interview someone on my running podcast.
Right.
And sometimes I'm able to learn things about them.
There you go.
Where they went to college, what their job is. And so it is
just stock them.
It can be, Nick, it's called prep.
Yeah, come on.
Prep is the new stock.
It is a good resource of personal information.
It definitely.
I'll say that.
It definitely is. But yeah, otherwise it's pretty annoying.
It's not too bad. Not too bad. Old LinkedIn. I do miss being, and I know this gripe has been made a million times, but I will still call it Twitter. I hate calling it X.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I feel
It's
like
Twitter.
when I talk
Twitter.
with,
You're fine.
We talked about that on Monday, right, Nick?
Yeah.
When I talk with my parents and I was like, oh, I saw this on Twitter, and my dad will be like, that's X. No,
Really?
father, it's not.
Wow,
Yeah.
interesting.
He's into
Is
that
he
tech
an Elon
stuff.
guy?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Should ask him.
People who unironically call it X are either they work for the Associated Press or they're Elon guys.
What is really interesting to me is the people who I've noticed who call it X instead of Twitter fall under a certain umbrella, a political umbrella.
Oh, whoa.
The people who call it X.
You put
Stick to
people in the
sports.
category?
Sometimes.
I will
Stick
say
to
that.
sports?
Yeah. Poll question: do you ever hear a lib call it X?
Yeah, that's the
I
thing.
don't.
I also,
don't.
And these are the same. It's funny because these are the same people that have trouble with other facets of life that involve different names.
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
What do you mean by that?
I love when the newspapers like on the platform formerly known as
I was
Twitter.
just going to
Twitter.
say that.
John asked the question the other day: when will we stop calling it Twitter? And I
We
said,
won't.
First of all, that's the answer. But
Yeah.
if you want a true mark, it's going to be when newspapers do not have to put in parentheses.
It's still twitter.com.
the
You
article.
go to a website.
Go to twitter.com. It's
It,
still
does-
redirects.
it
They are
redirects
changing it
to
to
X.
X.com.
It
No,
redirects
that's too
to
dangerous, but
X.com.
I'm
now.
It's been
Yeah.
x.com. But yeah, if you go to twitter.com, it still redirects you. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Well,
used to be the other way around,
Still Twitter to me,
where
damn it.
X.com
Yeah.
would redirect to Twitter, and
Twitter
now
to
they
me.
reversed it.
So it will forever be that to me.
Twitter.
Yep.
I love it. I miss it. Somebody,
Miss
was there
Twitter.
Aren't you
something
on it?
stopping from? I forgot how to talk. Is there something stopping anyone from just remaking Twitter now? Like
I'm
I
sure
know
they
they
own the
own the
copyright.
name
Blue Sky.
Twitter.
Oh, that you can't. Yeah.
You can't do Twitter, but like just make something like
Tweeter.
yeah,
Yeah.
Tweeter.
Yeah, I'm sure they have
Or
all of
Twoter.
I'm sure they have all of those trademarks.
Don't do the A.
Twoter, that sounds
That's
like
very close.
like back in the
Very
day-
close.
Don't-
We
don't do
almost
the A
had
one.
Very significant situation.
back when the what is it called, an API where you could take like the guts of the website and make it
Mhm.
into own website. So back when the API was freely available, you'd log on, and this was like the early days of apps, and you'd get on, and all of the Twitter knockoffs were called something like that.
Mhm.
Twatter,
Uh-huh.
you know,
Well,
tweet. I used the TweetDeck app on my phone for the longest time.
everybody
Yeah.
used TweetDeck.
Yeah, now
TweetDeck was great.
I still got it on my desktop. It's
Yeah.
very nice. Yeah. When we were in Vegas, one of the guys that was helping us out to get around Circa, he saw Happer and my computer and saw that we both had TweetDeck. And this man was as excited as I've ever seen a man excited.
He was stoked.
He ended up buying Nick drinks for free
He bought
because
me
we
a
gave
couple
him
drinks.
the back way into TweetDeck.
Nice.
He was so excited.
Good for him.
He sent us messages. Thank you for your service. Tears in
Wow.
his eyes.
And I got
Sir,
scotch.
sir. And Nick
There
got
you go.
scotch
Yeah.
at like
Which-
11 in the morning.
It was
Speaking
great.
of which, with all this
That
like
is a
backwards
tremendous
technology
reward.
talk, someone has to bring back a BlackBerry and make it like very reasonable. I would buy a BlackBerry now.
I think they still are around, aren't they?
BlackBerry-
I don't want the new Blackberries.
what?
I want the old BlackBerry.
Didn't we talk
With
about
the
like I'm
full
referencing a
keyboard
song.
and everything.
I don't want the new Kanye. I
Well,
want the old Kanye.
do they
I
still
want
have-
the old BlackBerry?
Do they still have prepaid phones that kind of look like
Like
Blackberries?
the Jitterbug
Not like the Jitterbug. They have just prepaid phones that I
that
think
look like the BlackBerry?
I think so.
I would do that. Like if I was going to like Europe on a trip, I don't want to bring my phone. I want to bring a BlackBerry. I want to look like I'm in a Jason Bourne movie. I think it would fit the vibe.
Yeah.
BlackBerry is into cybersecurity now.
Oh, good for them.
That's their whole
Blackberry.com.
bit.
Glad they found something new to do.
This is from their website on January 4th, 2022.
Big day.
BlackBerry decommissioned the infrastructure and services used by our legacy software and phone operating systems.
You can get one. Here you go, Austin, on Amazon for $424.
Oh, is
How
that
did I
all?
do that?
Factory unlocked.
Oh, there you
What
go.
does that mean?
64. You can use it on any service.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
just
64
Pop a SIM card
gig.
in.
I don't know how old it is, but there you go. That's a BlackBerry. Now it's not the exact one you want. I think it's a touch
Yeah.
phone. No, it looks like that's an actual
No, I want the
keyboard.
pen.
Yeah,
I want the
it looks
pen.
like it
Yep.
has-
No,
The
that's good
latest
enough.
the
I'll
latest
take that.
ones they made had the full keyboard, but also a touch screen.
Yeah.
Nice. That's perfect.
Who did we talk about BlackBerries with recently? Was it you?
Sean.
I just talked to
Wasn't
this
it?
morning with Gary and Nick.
Yeah,
I had two.
Had
I had
crossover.
two different ones.
Never had one. Never had a BlackBerry.
Yeah, because President O had a BlackBerry. That was his whole bit.
And then I think you mentioned that
Yeah,
in the
they
last
took it
time we
away.
talked about BlackBerry. Yep,
Mhm.
indeed.
Sorry, I just keep bringing up old topics.
No,
I
it's
guess
okay.
I'm not that fresh and
We
cool.
have now hit on multiple old topics from the last week.
Austin, would you like to discuss MySpace?
MySpace.
We have not talked about MySpace.
I
Oh,
did.
no, wait, we did.
Yes.
We talked about the friend
Never mind. I
rankings.
don't want to talk about it.
Wow.
I want to talk about MySpace.
Everything keeps coming up. What else, John? What else should we talk about?
What else were you guys on High Five? Do you remember High
What's
Five?
high
It was a
five?
MySpace clone.
Oh, I thought High Five was that fruit drink, wasn't it?
High C.
I see.
I don't
Close
know.
though.
So
Yeah.
the
We
thing
can talk about High C. That's old too.
Yeah.
the thing I was on, and a lot of people of my age group were on, were a website called Tagged and a website called My Yearbook.
Oh,
Oh.
my yearbook. Know that one? Yep.
Those were social media specifically made for teenagers, but it was also kind of a teenage dating website, and it
Oh.
was kind of creepy.
Oh, that makes
Looking
sense.
back in it, it was creepy. At
That
the
adds
time,
up.
it was awesome
Yeah.
because you're
How
just
long did
meeting
you
all
stay
these
on
people.
my yearbook?
Probably from
There-
ages 13 to 15.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
If you would have given it a year range, that would have been much different. But that's
Well,
good.
at some point, I know they changed it from My Yearbook to Meet Me.
Oh, even worse.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's bad.
Hotornot.com. You guys remember hotornot.com?
That's like the precursor to Facebook, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Isn't that what he
Yeah.
That
did?
was the Harvard swiping site.
Yeah.
That was actually one of the features on Tagged.
Yeah.
It was you could go through and basically do a hot or
Yeah.
not with random people.
Also, speaking of tagged, Facebook poking should be brought back.
Mm.
I miss
think you can
Facebook.
still
Is
do it.
Facebook
Can you
poking
not?
gone?
I don't
Can you
have
still
You can
poke?
still do it.
I deactivated my Facebook a while
Wow.
ago.
Yeah,
Ooh.
you still have Facebook?
Yeah, still Facebook.
Wow. How come?
How old are
Because
you?
my grandma needs to know what I'm up to.
Call her.
Yeah, grandma can call.
Go visit her
She
once
doesn't
in a
have
while.
a phone.
She doesn't have a phone.
No,
Not
they
even a
have a house
landline?
phone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
they
can
have-
call you from a house phone, though. They still
Yeah.
work. You can talk on those.
No, but
It's pretty
she
wild.
she gets on Facebook. She gets email notifications, and she knows what I'm up to. So
Mm.
that's what she. I mean,
Oh, my grandparents
Just send her
don't
an
feel
email.
like they don't know what I'm up to. So one of my
Make a newsletter for your grandma.
yeah. I'm surprised you guys are so anti-Facebook. I don't have a problem with Facebook.
I'm
at
on
all.
it. I don't like it.
it's a
Wow,
cesspool.
jeez.
Yeah, I deleted that a long time ago.
It
2020.
it started turning into more of the for you and random pushing of ads and things I wasn't interested in.
My news feed is mostly just like promoted things now.
Yeah.
That's like
Mhm.
all you see on.
I don't miss it whatsoever. So two of my grandparents are actually on Instagram, so they see
Nice.
what I'm up to on
Nice.
Instagram, which is
That's
usually
good.
just running in my dog.
Yep.
So at least, but that's they're actually the same side of the family. It's my dad's side of the family. My mom's parents. I don't believe either of them are on Instagram, but if they are, they could see what I'm up to.
Okay.
Again, it's just a lot of Banks photos.
Yeah.
Today he was howling at the monthly siren checkup.
Yeah.
And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to take some pictures of him, and then I posted them on Instagram.
And
Do
that's
you-
how they keep in touch.
And that's how they keep in touch.
Do you
Look at
think
my dog.
Mr. Banks knows that that's like a siren, or do you think he thinks it's like a big dog?
Good question, Nick. I don't know why he would think it's a big
It's
dog.
howling. He's howling.
So when
dogs howl.
I started watching, I haven't finished it yet, but I started watching Dog Day no pun intended, Dog Day Afternoon, our movie club pick this week. And there's a moment early in the movie where a bunch of cop cars show up and the sirens are going off. Banks started, he didn't fall on Hal, but he started going, oh, like he was getting a little upset. Like
he was into it.
Dude, because the sirens lasted for minutes at a time. He was very frustrated by it.
He's just telling you this is a good movie, man.
Maybe I'm enjoying it so far. I have like an hour left. I'm interested.
You can like stop in the middle of a movie?
I don't have time this week.
I
have to parse it.
Because this is a big discussion between me and my wife. She's like, well, she's like, I'm tired, but I want to watch something with you.
Nope.
And like, she's like, we can just watch half of it. I'm like, no, we can't. That is not a thing that we can do.
No.
Yeah.
I cannot watch half of the movie. That is what psychopaths do.
I'm too busy tonight and I'm too busy tomorrow. So I won't have time. So I got to break it up into chunks.
That makes sense. I've done that as well with movies. It's not that bad with movies, but it's when someone wants to pause it. Like if you're starting to get tired and you're like, oh, well, I'm just going to pause it here. You have to figure out a good time split.
And that's what I did. The last time I paused it, I got to a scene and it was like the end of a scene and I was like,
yep,
now is the time to pause it.
That's a good move.
And so
veteran move.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't like doing it, but I got to watch the movie for work. I'm not trying to wake up at 4.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Makes me think of something just for myself. I can't do that with movies. It's hard for me to do that with movies, but if I'm watching a YouTube video, which in some cases longer than a movie, I'm fine with doing that. Just going back to it.
What kind of YouTube videos are you watching?
I watch a lot of multi-hour videos of people deep diving into old shows, like watching every episode and just breaking it down. I watch
every
a lot
episode?
of those.
Yeah.
Of like Friends or like what are you talking about?
A lot of Nickelodeon shows that I used to watch as a kid.
Wow.
Like there's this dude who did like an 8-hour video on iCarly.
But those episodes are 20 minutes long. How do they have 8 hours?
Pausing that is fine, but pausing a 2-hour movie is weird.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think it's weird, but I don't know why, because I can do that with it. I think it's because the YouTube video just saves my place.
That's fair.
So does my app. When I pause the movie, when I open it up tonight, you know what?
Right.
It'll
No,
be
this
an
is
hour in.
One of these things I'm realizing about myself in real time.
There you go.
I haven't had time to think about this yet.
A lot of us could look inward at ourselves and ask, am I judging people for things that I shouldn't be judging them for?
Yeah, I just found out I should be a better friend. I'm glad you told me that.
There you
I'll
go.
be a better friend moving forward.
Give your friends some inside info.
What's my realization going to be?
I don't know,
today?
John. You were also bullying your friends for asking you for.
I don't bully my
friends.
I tell them I don't
Husker
know.
takes, and you're like, leave me alone.
No, that was not me. That's not what I said.
That was
me too. So I'll be a better
That's
friend.
pretty unreal, man. People can't talk a little Adrian Martinez with him, Dylan Raiola.
Oh, of course, Dylan Raiola. Everyone, he's so good. Okay, yeah, I agree.
Whoa!
Wow, that's what you say to your friends.
I said he's good. What do you want me to say?
You say where there's smoke, there's fire.
That's true. That one doesn't necessarily work with him, though.
If my friends want to text me and ask me about Dylan Raiola, I'm happy to say I think he's going to be good.
I'm going to have my friends text you then.
I will do the same.
Don't do that. No.
Everybody text Josh.
Let's keep my phone number to ourselves.
Okay.
402.
951-1620. That's the 42
Text Josh.
42
Text
degrees
him.
of source hotline by your mom's house, by the way. You can text us. Yeah. I'll read text over there. I respond sometimes to our listeners.
That's good.
I'm happy to challenge.
Then other times you're like, you're an idiot. Never call us again.
Yeah, people. No, I would never say that. I would never say they're an idiot.
He's a good friend. He would never say that.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes I'll respond and people will be like, whoa, I didn't know you could respond. And I'm like, hey, it's me. Yeah. What's going on?
How are you?
Thanks for listening.
Do you respond like that? Hey, it's me.
I'll say, hey, it's Josh.
Hey, kid, you want some takes?
Yeah. Sometimes I'll say, hey.
Step into this van. I got takes.
Okay. Now we're going way
Nobody
too far.
wants van takes.
Poll question.
Do you want van takes?
Do you want van takes? Oh, I just got a text from somebody. Hello, Joshua.
Hey.
That's to my phone. That's from Chance. Hello, Chance.
Hey, Chance.
Hi, Chance.
There you go. Sorry, he only texted
Never
me.
text us again.
He only texted me. I would love to talk to
Chances in the takes van.
Mm-hmm.
In the takes van.
It could be a podcast, Nick.
The take van?
For 1620, the email.
Oh, that could be like a fun man on the street thing. You're in a van and then you just open it up at some random place and be like, hey, you got some takes?
Andrew says, Josh, what are your thoughts on the 1,500 meter finals? Stay tuned.
Oh.
Run and Wrestling Connection today.
Oh.
Going by the wayside.
Are you taking on the wrestling too?
No. John can talk about wrestling.
Good luck.
All right, there you go. Well, I'll give you some
Ultimate
takes.
Warrior.
I'll give you some takes on wrestling. It'll be great. So yeah, there you go.
I haven't watched wrestling since like 2001.
Yeah?
Why?
Wow.
You like anti-wrestler?
No, it just like, I don't know. It stopped being interesting to me.
Okay. It's good to know.
Pedro says, hi guys. Josh, why don't you have your grandparents in a text string take pictures and videos? That is if you love them.
Oh,
Start sending them pictures of banks.
yeah.
That's what I'm up to. Wonder how they'd respond to that.
We have a WhatsApp group for the family. That's what we have.
Or
Yeah.
You
what
guys
if?
are way more interconnected than I am. I feel very bad about all of my personal relationships. I feel very bad
No,
about now.
Josh makes fun of me because I frequently go home to hang out with my parents.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Josh, like,
He
that's
missed-
weird. You
he-
do it
he
all the
missed-
time.
He missed my wedding reception last year.
For my mom's
Okay,
birthday.
That's a little different.
For my
Yeah.
mom's birthday.
How many birthdays has she had?
It's my mother.
How
How
many
many
she had,
birthdays has she had?
That's rude. You never ask a woman her age.
We're
No,
asking
just-
you.
Yeah, I'm asking how many birthdays she's had. I didn't
It's
ask
north
her
of
age.
60, right?
My mom's not that old.
It's north of 50, right?
A little bit.
All right. It's a lot of birthdays. One missed to go to your coworker's wedding reception.
Wait, how many weddings do you plan on having?
Well, this was number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a really mean question in
Yeah,
there.
The,
Well,
the goal is that's it now. We're done.
Again-
We're done.
again,
this
I'm
is the last one. This is my last wedding, Nick.
Mm.
That's how, you know what?
This
That's
is
how
his
people-
death wedding, Nick.
That's how people should start having like the receptions. My last wedding, you know, blow it out. It's gonna be the party to end all parties.
That seems like it's the same as the announcer's curse.
I know we
Wow.
said this. The last one was the last one. This one's really the last wedding.
Yeah, but yeah, Nick wasn't there. It was very sad.
Because of my mom's birthday.
It's all right.
I like to hang out with they live an hour and a half away. Josh gets to see his parents whenever he wants.
Where was his wedding reception? How
In
far
Omaha.
away?
Here.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it was like-
so far away.
And to be fair, so Nick said I had to go home for Thanksgiving. Nick, what day is Thanksgiving?
Oh no.
You remember what day Thanksgiving is? It's the same day
Not
every
like
year.
an exact date. Just
No, yeah, I'm saying the day of the week.
What day of the week? Is
Oh, it was
Thanksgiving?
Thursday.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wow.
Very good.
He didn't know
Oof.
this until
That was
he
tough.
first started working here. I'm serious.
Yeah.
My wedding reception was Saturday. So, you know, you could do Thanksgiving and then come home.
Well,
Yeah.
just Thanksgiving. Then I hung out at with my mom for her birthday.
Yeah.
And
On
then I
what
came
day
back
was
here.
that? On Friday?
Her birthday was Saturday, I
Can't
think.
celebrate the birthday on Friday.
Wait, hold on. Saturday the entire day? She had it a whole day to herself?
That's how birthdays usually work.
Well, I mean, you can't celebrate both. You couldn't go to one and then the other.
I'm on your side, Nick.
It's an hour and a half drive.
Oh,
I'm
an
on your
hour and
side.
a half.
It's such a waste of
whoa.
gas.
Oh my gosh.
That sounds like such a tiny drive.
Yeah,
Tiny baby
holy
drive.
cow, an hour and a half.
Hour and a half? Yeah, that's easy.
All of Josh's friends in Western Nebraska showed up, I'm sure. more
Everybody
than
from
an hour and a half
Elkhorn
away.
showed up.
I did invite some people from out west.
Yeah, West Point.
Yeah, indeed. West Point, Kearney,
Yeah, there you go.
they couldn't all make it.
Mm.
But I did invite them.
I bet it was neither of their mother's birthdays either.
Yeah.
Well, they
They were
had
out
more
of
than an hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
They didn't use it as a
Hmm.
complaint.
3-hour drive from Kearney, Nick.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
The more you know.
Wade says, I've had 3 last weddings. There you go.
Yep.
Thank you,
The
Wade.
last wedding boys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yep. Just keep dating.
Oh, man. Now
Keep
Venmo
dating.
Chris is going to make me sad. He goes, as someone with dead parents,
Oh,
I respect Nick's decision to hang with his mom on her birthday. Good job, Nick.
Thank you, Chris.
all right. Well, is that my cue? That feels like a cue. I'm a bad.
We talk about death a lot when you're on.
Every
Austin
time
wants
I've been on, death has been brought up. Every time.
Once the
Austin-
death topic
which
is
is fine.
broached,
It's fine.
Austin's out.
AD after death.
Austin, great chatting with you.
Yes, always great chat with you guys.
It's nice to meet you, man.
Fun hanging out in the crossover powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
It's the one thing I had. That was my one job.
Are you back? Are you done?
I've got one more next
One
week.
more.
And then who knows? Maybe you'll never see me again. So we'll find out.
Wow, sheesh.
Wow.
Let's hope not.
I think I'll be around. I'm near these parts. We'll be good. Yeah.
Keena says, dumb debates. What is your favorite Western Nebraska town minus Falls City? Save that for the happy hour.
Oh,
There
It's
you
a
go.
southern
Good pick,
Nebraska
good pick,
town.
Good pick.
Dumb debates Wednesday. Austin, have a great day.
Yep, you too. That was a crossover.
That was indeed the crossover, again, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Program starts next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, Mr. John Schreiner.
Hi.
It is a Dumb Debates Wednesday. Have
You know
ever
what?
been here for a Dumb Debates Wednesday?
I have never done this show on a Wednesday.
I was thinking that this morning. Get in your questions now.
I've been here for
Dumb Debates.
a one beer Friday.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, on this Indeed Dumb Debates Wednesday. Josh Peterson and John Schreiner with you. By the way, an American just won the gold again, this time in the 400-meter dash. He finished in 43.4 seconds. Pretty much comes out of nowhere. Look at that. The USA getting it done in the Olympics.
USA.
And that's not even the Run and Wrestling connection just yet.
That's not it.
4 minutes is crazy.
Can you imagine how
That's fast.
many
minutes.
quarters would be
Is
in
that
the
not
jar
4
for you?
It's 43 seconds.
Or 43 seconds?
Yeah.
Either way, crazy.
Yeah, well, 43 seconds, a lot different than 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What were you going to say, John?
Can you imagine how many quarters would be in the jar for you during the Olympics?
Thank God we have removed the quarter jar
Yeah.
from the discourse surrounding this show, so I'm
Mhm.
allowed to talk about running again.
Quarter jar's dead.
Yeah.
Would soccer be my quarter jar?
Yes.
Every time I brought up soccer?
I don't mind when you bring up soccer. I feel like for you, John, it would be more about when you bring up like rugby.
Oh, okay.
You know,
like
'cause
the totally obscure things.
And by
yeah.
the way, that reminds me, I need to send you guys content for later on because there is a question that Nick wrote and sent to me, and then I made sure that it read correctly, and then I
Mhm.
will send it back to him.
Thank you for proving.
But it is a reminder that John loves non-traditional sports. This is what Nick wrote.
No.
John, you love non-traditional sports.
All sports.
What's your favorite thing that's happened in the summer in the sports world? So you can answer that question a little bit
All
later on. Interesting question, Nick. You have to. Why are you boxing sports into a certain, spot like that?
Because I think it's important that other people know of other sports that aren't the main ones that exist. And I think the Olympics highlights that. And
It
I
does.
think that people are excited to hear about more things they might not be familiar with.
Hard to argue with that. John, you've had two of my favorite sports things over the last few years.
Okay.
The first was did you pick like some big favorite or like a big upset in rugby one time? And I think you got it right. And remember Bet of the Day?
Yeah.
May it rest
Yep.
in power. You did that. The other thing was when you previewed the Champions Final a week prior on accident.
Yeah.
That was
That was a big mistake. That was all part of a bit that I did
Yeah.
for the Happer show. It was when like the AI chatbots were starting to proliferate.
Oh, yeah.
And so I asked Google Bard,
Yeah.
what are the big sports topics of the day?
and that was one of them?
No, yeah, and it was talking about like all these, and it got so many things wrong.
Uh-huh.
And so that was the whole segment was like making fun of Bard for not knowing anything about sports. But it erroneously said that the Champions League final was
So
that
then
weekend.
You kind of also then didn't know
And
something
so
about sports.
I just like it got stuck in my brain that it was the champion. It was actually the FA Cup final that was that weekend, not the Champions League final.
Yeah.
And so I previewed the Champions League.
Yeah,
final
I remember.
early.
I don't remember when exactly you realized. Like, wait a second,
It was right after the show was over.
that's next week.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Yep.
Great bit, though.
Very funny
Great
bit.
moments in sports radio history.
Uh-huh. Indeed. Roy says the women's rugby sevens was amazing. It was. Saw the end of that. You
Stop stealing my answers, Roy.
Yeah, that was cool. That was very cool. So yeah, stay tuned for content. Speaking of content, let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Roofery's at John Higgins Weather Guard. We'll get to this very, very shortly, but a Nebraska offense that's quote-unquote fun. Steve Sipple wrote about this earlier this week, and we're wondering what the hell that means, so we can unpack that together. Mike Schaefer will join us towards the end of this hour. How are the Husker vibes a week in. You know, I went on a radio show in Portland today, 1080 The Fan, Dirt and Sprague in the morning. They had me on, and actually a couple things that were in there we can talk about on the show today. But they asked me about that, like what's the general mood around the program, and you know, what's the excitement level and what's the hype level? Because so they do a top 25 countdown. They had Nebraska at 23 in their countdown. 23.
That's I believe exactly where Joel Klatt put them.
So people like Nebraska inside of the top 25. So we'll ask Schaefer how the vibes are 1 week in. Along those lines, though, we will look at things from the negative perspective. I mentioned yesterday as I was doing podcasts up the wazoo after the show. One of them was the Common Fan podcast, and I think that's going to drop on Monday. But towards the end of the interview, John, they asked me essentially like, why are we going to be wrong about this season? Most of the tenor of the conversation was, you know, why are there reasons to be really excited? But at the end, it was, why will we be wrong? And I thought I love questions like that because I like looking at my priors and trying to figure out how I could end up being incorrect about something.
Recognize your bias.
Bingo. So we will do that later on in the show. Stuart Mandel had an interesting Q&A inside of his mailbag today about Lincoln Riley that I wanted to unpack a little bit with you as well and his future at USC or potentially beyond. Tom Chattel wrote a column this week, and John asked Sipple about it yesterday, but I wanted to unpack it more, you and I today, and that is NIL events and how fans respond to them. Will it be something that turns fans away? We can get into that later on in the show. 25 teams with an asterisk, and 25 grums, it's more like 24 teams, and 25 grums is Kansas today. So we will talk about the Kansas Jayhawks, a team that seems like they have some dark horse love to with the Big 12, maybe. You know, Utah, Kansas State are the obvious favorites.
They're getting top 25 love.
They
Kansas.
are. You know, a lot of people are wondering about Arizona, though they'll have a new head coach, obviously, with Jed Fish moving on to Washington. But people are curious about Arizona. And then there are the Jayhawks who, you know, if their quarterback is able to stay healthy the entire year, it's one conversation. If not, you know, I mean, look, they still won 9 games last year. So even with him getting banged up, so we can talk about the Kansas Jayhawks. As we have mentioned, it is indeed a Dumb Debates Wednesday. Get in your Dumb Debates questions, and we'll tackle those in the happy hour. And as John mentioned, this will be the first time that he is involved with one of those. And
give me the dumbest. I want the dumbest debates.
Dumbest debates? Yeah. Well, I mean, stay tuned for after hours because Jimmy will say something
shots fired.
Stupid about Mike Trout again, I'm sure, among other things. Video game won't come out.
There have been a couple this year that have been.
What's the oddest take he's had on your show?
Well, it was the Mike Trout one. It's
ridiculous.
It's egregious.
That's such an insane thing.
That is his king take. That's like the worst one. That one? What else has he had for you?
Well, it was the college football games.
Wow. So anything else that you can think of?
Those are the two that really stand out. I mean, the two that you mentioned that are just like.
Do you think was it the?
By the way, Jimmy's filling in tomorrow too.
Was it the LeBron take?
That one
that
is
use?
Yeah. So we did in real quick, also regenerating worms and why we're about to die. That's the Grum Down powered by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard. Along the lines of what Nick said. So we did. I think this was Dumb Debates actually, Nick, wasn't it? And this was I think this was like right as Nick is starting to become our producer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like, what's your favorite sports conspiracy theory? And so I figured we'd get into like Michael Jordan getting suspended for gambling or the
silent suspension,
the frozen envelope, something like that. And Jimmy goes, the NBA rigged the 2016 NBA finals for the Cavs so LeBron would go to the Lakers. And it was like, what part of the internet are you on? And so that was...
Is that when you started accusing him of using weird websites?
It was around that time because he had that. And then because he would send me links like, hey, here's a potential topic idea. And like how, family members maybe will send you like a political link and it's like, I don't know what this website is. He finds those for sports. And so it's, pretty interesting out there on the internet street. So shout out Jimmy.
DavesTakes.com.
Yeah. Shout out Jimmy and his weird takes. We appreciate your weird takes, Jimmy. 402-951-1620.
It's always interesting.
It is inarguable that it is interesting. You cannot argue that. 42 Degrees, the Source hotline by your mom's house. You can call or text us there. You can also email us, Equitable Bank Inbox. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. John, you do not have a...
I don't have a zone email.
Sad.
So you
could even do the John because you don't have the H.
I know.
Yeah, we should do that. We should get it redirected.
I don't know.
You don't want it?
I have too many emails already.
You don't want it? You don't want people to send their takes to you? Say, hey, John,
Send your takes to Josh, and he'll read them to me.
Interesting. It'd be cool. We could read a take, and it could be like, wow, John, great take. I like this,
People
John.
have sent you critical emails about me before.
Oh, yeah. People send me critical emails about everybody. I got a critical email a few minutes ago from TJ, working an 8-hour shift. That's crazy talk. Welcome to the real world. TJ, I will have you know, and I'm not looking for a pat on the back, but I was up before 6 o'clock working today. So,
what you hear on the radio is not when the work happens. This is the fun.
It's a hard life on the sports talk
out here
radio.
On the sports talk streets.
Yeah, look at me. I got a t-shirt and a hat on today. This is difficult for us. You can also, let's see, JTech Constructions on Twitter feed. You can tweet us there at USC1620. By the way, continue, please. We would appreciate it if you would vote in our poll question. Phase 3 rolls on. What will Nebraska's record be this season? Right now,
I voted in the poll.
Did you?
I did.
Which way did you vote?
7-5. Been saying it for a while. 7-5.
You voted 6-6 or 7-5. That is the majority. 57.1% of our voters have voted in that regard. 36.7% voted 8-4 or better. 4.7% have voted for 4-8 or 5-7, and then a tiny 1.5%, 3-9 or worse. We will close this poll on Sunday, so we would very much appreciate if you were voting there. So feel free to continue to do so. John emails in, and this is now, I don't think that the Equitable Bank inbox is going to turn into emails about Jimmy, but you never know. John writes, Jimmy also says that no one should ever wear black to a Nebraska football game. The next game, the coaches were wearing black. Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. That's a strong take. Not something that I would expect from a youth like old Jimmy Allen. That's like John Bishop type take.
Oh, okay.
Olds.
I don't know. Am I trending toward olds?
Yes.
Because I believe you should wear whatever you want to the game.
That's the opposite of olds. I feel like that's Gen Z. That's Gen Alpha.
Yeah.
I feel like that's totally
wear
fine.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I do think it's cool if everyone wears the same color. If
it's cool.
Whether it's red, whether it's white, whether it's black. I think all that looks cool.
I'm not going to tell you what you should wear, though.
Cream.
The scarlet and the cream. Indeed. So, yeah. There you go. That's the Grum that we have coming up. Before we get to Mike Schaefer, I did want to talk about the idea of a fun offense with you. So if you missed it in his column over the weekend, Sipple wrote that this should be a fun offense to watch. Yes, I know what a mess the offense was last season. I believe we're about to see a somewhat remarkable turn of events on that side of the ball. I've been kind of bouncing that idea back and forth in my brain, John, over the last couple of days. What does a remarkable turn of events on that side of the ball look like for you in 2024 for Nebraska's offense?
Well, I think given how poor the offense has been, big turnaround from one year to the next, from what it looked like a year ago to looking like a strength rather than an automatic weakness. Like if Nebraska comes out this season and is, say, a top 50 offense, that would be a remarkable.
That would be remarkable, yeah. Even though it's barely average, it's slightly above average. That would be very, very remarkable.
They were so far below average last season that kind of a turnaround to me would be pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it definitely would be.
So
is that realistic?
For Nebraska to be a top 50 offense?
Talking about points per game? Is that what you're thinking? And I know that this answer can go in a million different ways, right? You could look at raw yardage. You could look at advanced numbers. Just in terms of scoring offense, by the way, 50 last year would have been, well, there was a tie for 48. So I'll give you 51. That was UAB. They averaged 29.9 points per game. For comparison's sake, by the way, Nebraska averaged, good God, 18 points a game. So it'd be
11 points a game, essentially.
Touchdown and a field goal.
Yeah.
Essentially is what we're talking about here. Can they improve by a touchdown and field goal? That doesn't sound... See, it's so funny, man. Whenever I get into these discussions, I always think, like, that doesn't sound crazy. A touchdown and a field goal?
Every game.
Every game, sure. But if you do 11 divided by 4, that's a field goal a quarter. Can't add a field goal a quarter.
Good math.
Thank you, Nick. Can't add a field goal a quarter.
You need a field goal kicker to add a field goal a quarter.
A good point. Maybe I should change my tune already on that one.
No, it sounds like a lot, but
yeah.
If
that would be remarkable.
If Nebraska's scoring in the neighborhood of 30 points a game, if I could tell you today, Nebraska's going to average 30 points a game this season, does that change your outlook on the record?
If they average 30 points a game?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So if they're in the top
if you
50,
guarantee me that they're scoring 30 points a game,
yep, every game they're going to score at least 30 points.
They are going 9-3 then. Like,
yeah.
I've found myself drifting. I've been on the 7-5 train for a long time. I see as we coming up, you can pull on the lever to stop because it's like, ooh, there's the 8-4 exit. I kind of want to get off on the 8-4 exit right now. I see it. It looks like a great stop. I hear that they have, some delicious IPAs. I would love to hang out at the 8-4. The 7-5 is fine. Very good.
Depending on which bowl they go to, there could be Pop-Tarts.
They have West Coast IPAs on the 7-5. I like the hazies, and they got those on the 8-4.
Right.
You're telling me they're scoring 30 points a game, though? I'm saying skip both of these. I want to go to the 9-3 area where you can get both beers.
So if Nebraska's a top 50 offense, that's essentially what they're going to be, is about 30 points a game, right? If averages hold. Mm-hmm. That would be a remarkable turn of events.
It definitely would. Amazing Daniel tweets in, do you guys ever kind of forget for a second that we weren't just bad on offense, but comically terrible? Even though we all felt better about the program, the offense was even worse than the years before. We know why, but it's crazy how bad it was. Daniel, it's so funny you said that. I mentioned a couple minutes ago that I went on with Dirt and Sprague in Portland earlier today, and I said the number 31 because that's the number of turnovers that Nebraska had, and they obviously didn't know that, and the cackling and laughter of are you serious? Was very wild. I said it on the pod I went on last night. 31 turnovers. 31. Do that divided by 12.
In
it's
12
basically
games.
3 a game is what we're talking about here. Comically terrible is that what he said?
Comically terrible.
Comically terrible. That is a perfect way to describe the offense.
Inept.
Yeah, they were.
Incompetent.
But so no, I don't think about that. I've not forgotten it because I try to remind myself often that they were not just bad. They were a true tire fire. And that's why, that's why 8-4, the 8-4 exit sounds pretty good because I'm like, they're not going to be comically terrible again, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going to be comically terrible again. God, that'd be such a bummer if they were because we'd all look like a bunch of idiots.
The thing about it is, and we're going to get to this later of when we talk about why would you stop drinking why should we maybe
we'll
not drink the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
But there are some reasons.
Okay.
Why I think that, there are some ways that this could go that aren't exactly adding 11 points per game.
You're saying forget about the 7-5, 8-4 exit. You're saying maybe the 6-6 exit is where we should go. That has the weird beers that I'm not even into. It's a bunch of box over there.
They got a Skittles sour over there.
Yeah. I'll drink it. I'm not going to be excited for it.
Yeah. They also have boxed wine.
Yeah. Hey, I've had a couple of boxed wines in my day that were pretty good. All right, so I'm looking forward to that. We will get to that when we talk or after we talk with Mike Schaefer, though maybe we can ask him that question as well. We have Schaefer coming up. We have Kansas in 25 teams. We have Mitch Holus as well with our daily Chiefs training camp update. We have dumb debates. Get in your dumb debates questions. Jeffrey just sent us one in right now. # dumb debates on Twitter, and we will continue when we return. Mike Schaefer joins the program. Josh Peterson and John Schreiner hanging out with you on this Wednesday. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
This is Katie's quiet time. Luckily, Cox Mobile helps her save money, so she bought
noise-canceling headphones connected.
Ah, that's the smart way to quiet time, Katie. Relax. If you're a Cox Internet customer, you'll pay as low as $30 a line. And with Cox Mobile, you'll run on the network that over 100 million people already rely on. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet enrollment and paperless billing and Cox Easy Pay required. Max of 5 lines. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear.
If it seems to switch gears for no reason.
So watch for the signs.
Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Chaser fans, assemble! Join the Omaha Storm Chasers at Werner Park for our Marvel Defenders of the Diamond Night on Saturday, August 10th. There will be Marvel character appearances and Marvel-inspired jerseys that will be auctioned off during the game. The first 1,000 fans will also receive an exclusive Cape flag. Get your Marvel costumes ready and go to OmahaStormChasers.com for tickets today.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Oh, as we bring on Mike Schaefer, we're watching the end of the steeplechase, and somebody biffed it. Schaefer, have you ever had any inkling or any desire to compete in the steeplechase?
No.
You're probably the right answer. I have no desire, and I love running. It seems, I don't want to say stupid, but it just seems weird and overly difficult for the sake of being overly difficult.
You have to jump in water.
Yeah. No, I don't like my feet feeling wet.
I feel like there's small communities around Columbus that have like steeplechase events, and I never really understood or knew what they were or why anyone does them. And then, you randomly come across it in the Olympics, and then your brain just immediately deletes it forever until the next Olympics. And that's just sort of my only real steeplechase experience.
Yeah, probably for the best. Well, we'll move on from the steeplechase as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And get into,
if you want to keep talking about steeplechase, I just don't have much that I can add.
No, hey, for the record, neither do I. I know very little about it. I know they jump over some things and they jump into some water. That's all I have for it. An American did get silver, though, so that's pretty cool. Go USA, as the Americans pick up another medal on the track. Hey, Schaefer, I want to pick up a conversation that we had a little bit with your colleague Brunsey yesterday about the running back room, because I know that that's been a through line of our offseason discussions and how we all kind of feel very similarly about the group, and that is pretty much not good. He had Bruns had Gabe Ervin as one of the players to watch, one of the 9 players that he's watching coming off of the Saturday practice. Do you think he has the highest ceiling of the running backs, given what you have seen from him in his career, if he is able to remain healthy? Like, let's say everybody was healthy all year long. Would he have the highest ceiling?
It's a fascinating question, because then I have to like really think about what is the best version of Gabe Ervin actually look like.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. So what's difficult is on the surface, it to me probably got the high. Dante Dowdell, because of the extent of the recruiting rankings, what he did in high school, maybe he has the highest, ceiling, but I don't know that he's going to be particularly close to flashing that in 2024. So I guess if you're thinking about the ones that seem most likely to get a lot of playing time, Ramir Johnson, Emmett Johnson, Gabe Ervin, I guess the answer is Gabe Ervin, but it's hard because so much of that is based on the fact that every coaching staff seems really excited about him. And then I watch him in games and he's fine. I'm not ever particularly enamored. It's the same way that I am with Emmett Johnson. I feel like there's people that feel really strongly about both of these running backs in a way that someone who loves to feel strongly about things and tell you about it, I can't get there.
Same.
The running back I like the most on the roster is Ramir Johnson. And I don't view him as 20 touches a game kind of guy. I think he can help do some things for you. I think he could be a really interesting third down back. But I'm so disinterested in this running back room half the time that I have a tough time even sizing it up at this point. There's just a collection of guys that someone's going to carry the football and get 3.5 yards, and we're going to be okay with that. And then he's going to carry it again. He might get 2. And then 15 plays later, he's back in the game and he might get a carry for 7. It's just there's nobody in there that I'm enamored by or wowed by or super excited to watch in 2024. That's how I describe the running back room. So a long way to answer your question. Yes, Gabe Ervin probably has the highest ceiling. What does that ultimately mean? Shrug emoji.
To kind of piggyback off that, with what you've just said, not being super excited about any of these guys, where is the separation then? What does one of these guys need to do to kind of separate themselves among that group?
I think if first, if you're Gabe Ervin, the thing you have to do is to stay healthy, because apparently you've separated yourself every spring, but you can't separate in the fall because you're not healthy. And so, for starters, be healthy, be available, be able to take the reps. And then the follow up from that is if you can consistently get 80 to 85, rushing yards a game from any of these running backs, that's going to get you over 1,000 yards generally, or right near it. It's the production doesn't have to be amazing, because I don't expect any one running back's going to have 250 carries. I don't even know that I expect one running back's going to have more than 200 carries. So it's a deal where even the production, I have such a low bar for them to cross, but it's been that way for a while that I don't know that it's going to happen. But the separation really is just going to come to, can you take the job? Can you stay healthy? Can you be available for those carries? And can you help Nebraska finish games? I mean, one of the things that having a good running game can do for you is put an opponent away in the fourth quarter when you're up by a couple scores and you're just playing keep away, so your defense doesn't have to go back on the field. Do you have a guy that can grind a game out for you? Do you have an offensive line that can grind a game out for you? Those are questions we can't really answer about Nebraska at this point. And I think ultimately they want to be that team. I think they very much want to be that team, but we don't know if they have the components for that at this point.
Mike Schaefer joining us. Schaefer, why can't, and I know I always bring this guy up, and so I'm a broken record. Why can't Emmett Johnson be a 700-yard guy? If you correlate what he did in the 6 games, starting with Northwestern through the rest of the year, it's a 720-yard back. And like that's not anywhere near the best running backs that we have seen at Nebraska. It would be the second or third best season we've seen from a running back since Amir Abdullah, though. Why can't he be what he was in the back half of the season when they rushed him 17 times against Maryland, and it was usually 13 in the other games. It was always around a dozen carries. And that was in an offense that was very much challenged and had all sorts of issues. Why couldn't he be that?
There's no reason he can't. The question is, like,
do they want it?
Will he consistently be in position to have that many carries? Is he going to establish himself as sort of the guy? And then, I guess the other part is, if Nebraska is winning in the fourth quarter of these games, theoretically, shouldn't whoever the running back is, if you're the lead running back, have more than 700 yards? So, I think Emmett Johnson can absolutely be the guy. I struggle with the fact that I don't know that any of these are like true difference-making players at running back. So if it's just interchangeable pieces, if what you get from Gabe Ervin is similar to what you're going to get from Emmett Johnson is similar to what you would get from Ramir Johnson, so on and so forth, then any of them theoretically can put together very average production, and that's going to be fine. Like Nebraska can win that way. But I think ideally you'd want someone to be a little bit better than that you can rely on, that you can salt a game away. And maybe Emmett Johnson can be that guy. He's a very, very productive high school player. He's already probably overachieved for what most people felt like his Nebraska career was going to be just by the back half of last season. So I don't mean to limit what he can do. I'm just skeptical that there's a better version than what we saw last year. And if all we get is what we saw last year, that's completely fine. I just don't know that it's like dynamic. I don't know that it's something that, is going to, when he's on the field and he gets the ball, you're not going to sit there with bated breath just waiting to see what he's going to do with it. You generally have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. Now, the offense is a little bit better. You open things up with the running game through being able to throw the ball effectively. Maybe that can all change. And we don't need to limit Emmett Johnson either, because he's just going to be a sophomore, a sophomore redshirt. Like he's not this old player that we know exactly what he is. I just have a tough time because I don't know that I expect them to have a dynamic running game, but all I hear from them over there is how much they like their running backs. And my cohorts at 24/7 like them a lot more than I do. I'm just pretty stubborn on this. Like I don't want to move, like when you have the conversation about what are reasonable expectations for Nebraska, and you get the guy who's like, they should always win 9 games every year. Like that's me, but with the running back play. I don't want to, in the era of which I grew up, Nebraska's always had good running backs. I don't want to sit here and be applauding anyone for averaging 65 yards a game.
Yeah.
Like, that's just not good enough. And I feel like that's a baseline level of what you should expect at any running back anywhere. And so if that's the not high end, but if that's what Nebraska is getting out of their running game, it's pretty ho-hum, and I wouldn't look for it to sort of carry the offense.
The injury news from yesterday, I think everybody kind of has their arms around what the Prohaska injury means. He was battling for a starting spot. What do you think the loss of Roger Gradney means to this defense?
I don't know that he was going to be a guy that was going to step in and play a ton at this point. Now, could he have been someone that earned some opportunity later in the season, or could have pushed with his 4 games? Absolutely. I think we saw last year that Tony White likes to mix and match. He likes to get different players in there. He likes to give guys opportunities to play. And more than anything, for me with Roger Gradney, he was injured most of his junior year of high school, and he was able to play his senior year. Now he's injured again as a freshman. I get a little nervous. You get 2 big injuries out of a 3-year stretch. Then it starts to be like, okay, and then he's got to rehab. He's not going to have much of a spring. What does it look like for Roger Gradney and Nebraska going forward? And I don't mean to sound alarm bells, because it's not like anyone needs to, his spot is up for grabs. It's not anything like that. It's just in a day and age where you have 105 players, which is what it's going to be at some point in time, like these sort of injuries could lead to guys just having to leave the team because they don't have spots for them. They don't have big enough rosters for them. So I guess when I think of the Roger Gradney injury, it's not so much the immediate of 2024. It's how does this affect his development going forward? And then what does that ultimately look like for a Nebraska roster that's looking to recruit past everyone moving forward too?
Mike Schaefer joining us, Husker 24/7 Sports. Schaefer, I don't think that I've asked any of our guests about Dylan Raiola this week, so I'm going to make you the first one.
Wow.
I know. I'm doing my best, man. Like, I'm really trying.
Wednesday.
I know. I'm really trying. But I have a question for you because I've been trying to figure out different ways to ask, very similar questions, I guess, that we've been asking for 10 months. Do you think back to December when the smoke started coming that he is interested in going to Nebraska, and we find out that that's true? And then you think of your opinion now. How do you think that has changed, or has it changed, in what you think they are expecting him to deliver on the field this season? And then the follow-up for that would be like, so what does that mean then for like how good the offense could be? Like, what are they going to put on his shoulders this year?
Yeah, so what's interesting about that question is that I know exactly where I was during those few days when everything's going on with Dylan Raiola, and I was doing radio with you in the chair that John Schreiner is sitting in right now.
Hey-o.
Because we would have conversations both on air and off air. And I remember even back then, I was really bullish about what was in front of Nebraska, to the point where it's like, if you have Kyle McCord as your quarterback, I mean, you could be talking about like a 10-2 type season if everything comes together, because you'd have a competent quarterback that can distribute the ball to what I felt like at that time, before Jamal Banks, before Isaiah Nair, was an intoxicating group of wide receivers. Now you add those players in there, and the maturation and development of everyone else that we were already excited about, so that only adds to it. So I guess I go back to it. At that time, I was somewhat nervous about the idea that, you're handing the keys to the kingdom to this freshman that's never played, that, how much growing pains are you actually going to have? Now that we've been able to put eyeballs on him and just listening to the way people have talked about him, I mean, it's hard not to at least allow your brain to accept he's a different cat. I mean, the way BC phrased it, he's just a different breed of quarterback. And we're not used to that around here. But at the same time, we've seen Adrian Martinez and Tommy Armstrong play as freshmen. We've seen guys step into that role. There's going to be growing pains. But I think he's surrounded by enough talent. And I think hiring Glenn Thomas, allowing for that to be in his ear, to be his quarterback coach, that's a better picture than if it was still Marcus Satterfield. And that's not to take anything away from Marcus Satterfield. Glenn Thomas is just a better quarterback coach. They'll tell you that over there too. That's why they hired him. So I think I view that as a beneficial thing. So if I look at everything that's happened since December, and I step back, and I was probably someone who wasn't like overtly praising everything when Dylan Raiola initially committed to Nebraska, because I viewed it as, man, you really have a chance to win a bunch of games in 2024. I'm back to thinking they can win a bunch of games in 2024 now, just with Dylan Raiola at the helm. I loved what I saw in the spring game. I love everything that I hear. I know there's going to be growing pains, but I've subscribed fully to the idea that he's a different breed.
Yeah.
We know that they've said there's an ongoing quarterback battle. A lot of us don't really believe it. I want to talk about other positions. Are there any other position battles that you're interested in following as we get through camp here?
Well, I mean, you're going to have it's a little bit different now with the offensive line because Henry Lutovsky's hurt, Teddy Prohaska's hurt. But when it came out on Saturday that Turner Corcoran was your left tackle with the ones and Prohaska was with the twos, I thought that was fascinating. And so this is sort of taking care of itself, but they have a lot of options on the interior. I continue to wonder, if there isn't an opportunity to rotate or do something slightly different with their offensive line than maybe what you would expect with just your top five guys. And maybe they just go with your top five, and we already know who that's going to be. But I keep an eye on that. And then the wide receiver rotation is going to be really fascinating. We talk about all these receivers, and I'm incredibly guilty of this. And I never talk about Janiran Bonner. Not once. Not once am I ever just like, hey, Janiran Bonner, and he's running with the ones. I'm over here like Jalen Lloyd, Malachi Coleman.
You do love Jalen Lloyd.
Oh my gosh. And
Barney, you talk about those two guys. I feel like we talked about them 8 times during the College World Series.
Yeah, so there you go. So, I'm over here talking about all these guys, and who's just running with the ones on Saturday during the Big Red preview? Janiran Bonner. You know, had a hell of a touchdown catch in the spring game. Janiran Bonner. You know who played fullback last year for 2 minutes? Janiran Bonner. So it's the wide receiver rotation is going to be pretty interesting. And then you jump over to the defensive side of the ball. I love everything they have up front on the defensive line. We know who the critical guys are. They are so deep. They have some different guys in there that, you know, how many reps is Riley Van Poppel going to steal from Ty Robinson? How many reps is Sua Lefotu going to get? Like they're not like tried and true position battles. It's not like this guy's going to get 85% of the work and this guy's going to get 10. But they have a lot of really interesting things going on below the surface. It's why I'm so excited about this team. They are deep in ways that we just have not seen before. Cornerback is certainly one that should be mentioned. You've got Sair Wright. You have Jeremiah Charles. We'll see kind of if any of the freshmen, Larry Tarver or Amari Sanders, both guys who had good performances at the Big Red Preview, if they can make things interesting there. Middle linebacker, you have like 17 guys. John Bullock seems like he's cemented, but does Javen Wright give way to Mekhi Bear or to Stephon Thompson or to anybody else? You know, so there's a lot of like, hey, like how is this going to be distributed? But part of it is they're going to match up with different teams with different personnel. So I don't know that there's a lot of just this guy versus that guy as we've seen in past years.
Can you say his name one more time? Like you can.
Aaron Bonner.
God, that is great. I love when you do. You know, we all have our pretend voice of like, oh man, I gotta have a take or whatever, you know, and I don't know, that's not what I usually do is my take voice. But now I feel like I'm on the spot. But your take voice, I think, is very good. Because that's what you do, like, oh, yeah, the Cowboys, they're gonna be good. And it sometimes turns into Terrence and Phillip.
I don't even know what I'm doing. Like I'm just talking, and then all of a sudden my voice changes into different octaves, and then you're off to somewhere else. I have like a mocking voice that I don't understand where it comes from, and it gets used for like the same 3 different things. So I have no idea. I'm just out here talking.
Well, we appreciate you talking into a microphone on the 16-20 Janiran Bonner. I look forward to every time now that he makes a play this year. I'm going to hear your voice bouncing around in my head. And when I'm up in the press box, Schaefer, for the Colorado game, I'm going to wander over to you if he makes a play. And I'm just going to say, Janiran Bonner. Oh, let's hope
he's a great kid. I don't want this to. I don't want it to come off as any.
He's a meme now.
Yeah, no, I don't want that at all. He's a great kid. He's a good interview. I hope the best for him.
All right. Well, we cannot. I cannot promise that we won't clip you saying Janiran Bonner over and over and over and turn it into a short or a video on Twitter. But either way, Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7 Sports. Schaefer, we appreciate your time. Enjoy Vikings preseason football over the next few days.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what better thing to enjoy than that? You know.
Yep. Indeed.
I'm gonna get my JJ McCarthy takes ready to go.
JJ McCarthy.
How do we think he's gonna do when he won't know the other team signals?
Good question, Schaefer. I think whoever the quarterback is, I think the floor is going to be pretty solid because of all of the skill. I mean, that's assuming that it's going to be Darnold at the start. Your other wide receiver doesn't do some like weird crap anymore moving forward.
Can we get him a driver?
Yeah,
Can the Wills just pay for a chauffeur for Jordan Addison?
Yeah, my God. Hey, at least you have the best receiver in the game, so that's going to be fun.
Somebody download the Uber app on his phone.
In cars, like it's first-round receivers really struggle to stay out of trouble with driving these days.
Yeah, they do indeed. Schaefer, have a great rest of your week. We'll talk to you next week.
See you guys.
Bye-bye. That is Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports. All right, you said you saw something.
I saw something.
When we come back, we'll get to that. Also, we will tackle the question that we teased a little bit earlier. What are reasons not to drink the Kool-Aid? I mean, Schaefer laid out some of them. We can get into those. There's a couple comments that we can get to on our YouTube page, and we will unpack that when we return. A reminder that you can jumpstart your tailgate season with extra cash. You can enter to win $5,000 right now with the Kickoff Cash Sweepstakes. Enter today at 1620thezone.com. Josh Peterson, John Schreiner, Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Dumb Debates Wednesday here on 1620 The Zone. Still to come, Kansas and 25 teams. We'll have that towards the end of the hour. We have Mitch Holus. Tomorrow, by the way, in 25 teams, we have Georgia looking for their third title in 4 seasons. Friday, Notre Dame. Jimmy Allen in tomorrow for John. Mike Stibbs in on Friday. Jack Mitchell on Monday. And then we're back from vacation. Now, I will be off next Friday to celebrate my anniversary. Ooh. But then it's go time because it's football season.
All hands on deck.
Oh, man. Can you believe it, John, that we are so close? We are.
And yet
17 days.
I thought you were going to go, we are Penn State.
Far away.
Nick, 17 days.
That's so far away.
Do you know what 17 days ago was? 17 days ago.
Nick, when you started producing this show,
you hated sports.
Could you have imagined yourself anticipating football season this much?
Wow.
No. Like being sitting here going, oh, it's so far away.
I mean, that's not the tone I'm quite using, but I mean, I am excited for football season. It's just still baseball season.
Yeah. By the way, 17 days ago was Sunday, July 21st. I mean, that was...
What was I doing on Sunday, July 21st?
Isn't that the day that President B dropped out? No. I think it was. So think about that. Think of all the things that have changed, Nick.
Eating sushi. That's what I did that day.
All right. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess I remember the food I had that day too. All right. So yeah, football season will be here. All right. So John, we will get to the put down the Kool-Aid, but first, you said you had some.
First.
I'm going to say this. You hyped this up. You hyped this up like you're a Husker media member.
This is going to make you mad.
Went 3-9.
You're going to get mad about this. You're going to get angry.
Mentioned, is John Boyce involved?
He's involved. It was his tweet.
And you're sure this isn't a bit? Because this man is of bits.
I'm just going to read it to you.
All right.
And you can let the takes flow.
Okay.
This is John Boyce, one of the best follows on Twitter.
He's very funny. Mm-hmm. He's the guy who has the great tweet about why would I watch Game 7 or
why would I watch overtime playoff hockey?
Yeah, when I can
snort cocaine and ride a motorcycle out of a moving helicopter.
I love all of his videos.
Yeah, he's very good. All right.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
John Boyce tweeting 47 minutes ago. Running is pointless since there are cars now.
John, come on, bro. Wow, what's up with John's and bad opinions on running? I don't like that.
I didn't want to laugh out loud because I wanted to give this to you.
That's disappointing.
But the man makes a point.
Hey, it's exercise. It's fun, and it's nice to push yourself. Those are my reasons and more. Right. By the way, reminder: a week from tomorrow, I'll be at Monolithic Brewing for my St. Jude fundraiser. Money from every pour will go to St. Jude, and we're doing a raffle.
You're going to squeeze people and hope money comes out of their pores?
Well, I won't squeeze them, but I would appreciate if folks wanted to maybe buy a beer and send a couple bucks to St. Jude and participate in the raffle. Tickets to Storm Chasers. Home Field Apparel has generously given some stuff. Cross Strain Brewing and a whole lot more. So hope to see you there next Thursday. All right, let's get to the Kool-Aid. Reggie writes, Kool-Aid is nasty. Needed 3 times the sugar to taste any flavor when I was younger, and then it looks like an emoji of someone about to throw up. Max says, and so here's what we're doing. The exercise right now is reasons to set it down. Reasons to say, I don't want this Kool-Aid. I don't buy into this program yet again. Max writes, reason would be because we just never go out and win. I genuinely think we'll be a better team than Colorado this year, yet I am not even remotely confident we will win that game. Think about how sad that is. That is, I think if I'm guessing you have some actual on-field kind of tangible, I don't believe in this position, or I don't believe in this player, or I don't like Marcus Satterfield. That one, though, hits at the core, I think, of the Nebraska fan angst for this season. And I think the Colorado game is a great example because I find myself pretty much right in line with Max. I think Nebraska should win. I think Nebraska will win. And yet, I'm not like going to go place a large wager or even a tiny wager on the Nebraska spread versus Colorado because I have watched this program in games like this. As much as I believe that they can, again, we can exit it at 8-4. I'm happy to hop off at that exit. 7-5. As confident as I am that those are on the table and very much in the cards this year, there's a part of me that's like, yeah, but I got to see it in like one of these massive national television games before I'm really going to allow myself to believe.
If they just totally beef it against Colorado, you're going to be like, here we go again.
I know that I will feel that way.
Yeah.
And Bishop and I have debated it all offseason because he thinks that the mark of an improved program is that shouldn't be the case. Not that I disagree with that, but is this a good program? Like, that's the part where I think that him and I can disagree sometimes on. It's like, I think they can be a good program. I think that they need to do something to prove to themselves, though, that they are a good program. Seemed like you had a couple that were on your mind. Yeah,
and the number one thing is the reason why most people are so confident that Nebraska is going to be so much better this year. Is at the quarterback position, but that's also a source for me of like a hold your horses moment, because it is a freshman quarterback that you're starting. 5-star or no, freshman quarterbacks generally they hit some bumps along the way. It's not always smooth sailing with the first-year starter. So, yes, Dylan Raiola is a different kind of player than we've had ever in the past. Still a freshman. You might not want to just suck down that Kool-Aid quite yet.
So your first one is interesting. So it's Dylan. It's Dylan based.
It's still quarterback based because we still have no proof that Nebraska has solved the quarterback position.
Of course not.
There's no proof yet.
Yeah, we've dived into the numbers many times this offseason about like 4- and 5-star quarterbacks in their first year, true freshmen in their first year, just straight up 5 stars, top 10 quarterbacks, all of these things. And the results are very mixed.
Yep.
There are some who are really good. There are some who don't play, which obviously we know he's going to play, barring an injury. And then there are some who start eventually or start at the beginning and have to get benched. I would say this. The key for the success stories is the talent around them. Who have been the best freshman quarterbacks recently? Jalen Hurts. Who does he play for? Bama. Trevor Lawrence is the best. In terms of the last decade, Trevor Lawrence easily was the best true freshman. And he was at Clemson. They won a national championship. He was a reason why. He didn't. It's funny. He didn't even start game one. Kelly Bryant did. He was a big reason why. But he also had a lot of players around him. Dylan Raiola, as much as I'm buying into the wide receiver room, and I am, we just spent 5-10 minutes talking about the running back room with Schaefer. And I don't know where you're at. I tend to follow in line with him more. I am much more in the I need to see it before I believe it with this group, because it's a lot of either guys who've gotten hurt. Like, I looked at Ramir Johnson's page. He has fewer than 800 yards rushing in his entire career. This is going to be his 6th season.
Yep.
Now, like, that's not all on him. That's because he's gotten hurt. But I also, if you get hurt a lot, I do think that there's this thing as being injury prone. I believe in being injury prone. Can these guys make it through healthy? And even the ones that are healthy, like, can they be true game breakers? So to go back to what you said originally, it's funny. I put that less on him, and I'm like I agree with you, but for reasons that he can't control. And that's I do like the receivers. I do like the tight ends. The line right now, because of the injuries, is suddenly like, ugh, and then the running back room.
And that is a multifaceted concern with starting a freshman quarterback, because you also, as you just pointed out, like, we don't know what the running game is going to look like. The running game outside of the quarterback position was very, very bad last year. There was not anything to be excited about going into the offseason about the running backs at all.
No,
nothing. Emmett Johnson showed you a flash in the Maryland game of like, okay, maybe he could be good. But the running game in general, not good enough to make you excited necessarily about the prospects for the offense the next season. So if the running game isn't much better, that means you're putting even more on the shoulders of this freshman quarterback, who we know, like, it can go either way with a freshman. Like, it's going to be up and down. So that's another part of it. And on the other side, on the defensive side, like, there's not a lot that you can say bad about the defense. The defense was outstanding last year. The only question I have is it replicable? Is it actually repeatable? Because, look, it was a new defensive system. Nobody else in the league was playing this defense. It seemed like it took a lot of people time to try and figure out how to attack it. Have they figured out how to attack Tony White's defense over this offseason?
And what
are they used to seeing it now?
Okay, so it's interesting you bring that up. John and I were looking at his numbers. Bishop and I were looking at his numbers recently. His defense has actually improved at Syracuse every year to year. So I am not someone who has been in the camp of like the 3-3-5. Like, I'm not going to be concerned about it for the sake of it being a 3-3-5. what you brought up, though, of like, now there's going to be film on him. There's going to be film on this team, on the defense. Certainly the injuries in the defensive backfield are in my opinion, a reason to be concerned. I think the front four, front six, front seven, I think that can all help. The front six, because it is a 3-3-5. I think that can definitely help. But I mean, it's a good question. Like, whenever I think about why can the defense improve beyond it just being a new year, I do come back to, like, if the offense doesn't turn it over 31 times, like, they're just not going to be put in precarious situations as often. Like, I have no doubt that at some point in time, Nebraska's defense is going to have to go on the field, needing to make a stop up one score, and the team has the ball at their, like, 43. Like, I know that's going to happen at some point in time. But if it doesn't happen as many times, like, I am a believer that, like, that makes them automatically better just because they're not put in massively horrible spots. But to poke a quick hole in my argument, last year, I do think that they felt like they had to hold teams to so few points because they knew what was on the other side. Relaxing that mindset just a little bit, like in a playoff series, a best of 7, if a team is up 3-0, oftentimes we'll say, and if the team that is down is at home, they'll probably get the win. And it's always like, but why? And it's like human nature. Sometimes when we got 3 extra games and we could get to go back home, let's just take care of it. And they're not saying, let's lose this one, we'll see you on Friday.
Yeah.
But it's like there can be letdowns. And I wonder if, oddly, the defense not feeling like they have to make a play every second of a game, if that ends up hurting them, just enough where the defense were like, oh, they're not as good, but they're still really, really good.
Yes, absolutely. And last season, there were a lot of moments where certainly the offense either had the ball late with the lead or had the ball late needing a score and were consistently terrible in those situations, whether they just turned it over inexplicably or could not manage to move the ball at all to get in any kind of reasonable scoring range. But there were moments also where the defense was on the field needing a stop to ice the game and didn't come up with them.
100%.
As good as that defense was, there were games that they didn't close out when they could have.
Yeah.
So I just, like, look, and this is an exercise that we're doing and, like, looking for reasons to not drink the Kool-Aid, right? Mm-hmm. That's one of them, is that this is the second year in the Big Ten with Tony White's defense. There will be people who have ideas on how to attack it now. Different ideas. They tried it once last year. Maybe some of those things didn't work. Okay, now we have a new plan. We'll try to attack it differently. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case. That remains to be seen. But it could be a reason that you don't necessarily just jump in with both feet.
One more along those lines before we go to break and we can get to some of the other responses. So you mentioned the defense having a chance to maybe close out, not doing so. Nebraska's third down defense last year, 36.7% is what they allowed. That was 45th best in the country. Pretty solid, all things considered.
Good enough to go to a bowl game.
But definitely, one of the weak spots in a defense that was filled with, top 25 stats and metrics across the board otherwise. But if you dive a little bit deeper, I found this fascinating when I discovered these numbers. In wins last year, of course, Nebraska won 5 games. They allowed teams to convert only 19 of 73 attempts on third down. That was 26%. If you were to correlate that for a whole season, 26% would be the second best defense in the entire country on third downs. If you look at Nebraska in losses, though, there was 107 attempts versus them, and they allowed 47 of those to get converted. Rounding up, it's 44%. It's 43.9%. That, Mr. John Schreiner, would have been good for the 110th best defense on third down. So think about that.
When they were good, they were great. When they were bad, they were bad.
When they won games, they were the second best third down defense in the entire country. When they lost games and they had 7 instead of 5, they were the 110th worst defense. And so it's like, I don't think in wins this year, partly because they're going to have more of them, I don't think in wins this year they're going to be the second best third down defense. But in losses, they got to be better than that. And certainly then if you can, maybe you drop just a little bit in the wins because you're not top 2, but maybe you're top 10. But then, you have fewer losses.
In those other games.
And so if you have 8 wins or 7 wins, that means you're going to face more third downs in totality in those games than you would probably in the losses. And that's how you go from a top 50 third down defense to a top 25 third down defense. So that's one of the things that I'll be keeping my eye on
Did you have a big reason to not drink the Kool-Aid?
Well, I mean, I think that the Dylan Raiola component is a very valid one, and I think about that all the time. But again, I mainly view it through the lens of other players around him.
The offense as a whole.
I think he's going to be really good. The other one, though, is like, it is kind of that mushy, inside your gut type, you know, what Max said. And the thing that I keep coming back to is just what happens if they lose another one-score game, and what could that do for the rest of the year? As much as I believe in like the big picture stuff that Matt Rule is doing, and even the granular stuff, like they failed last year in moments for reasons other than just bad third down defense. Like the Wisconsin Maryland, double, and the games happen in the reverse order of that. That was a lot of it was on him. A lot of it was on clock management and coaching. And so, what happens if they're in those situations? I'm a broken record on this, but I love saying this. You know how you don't lose one-score games is you win by 2 scores. It's like if you don't put yourself in the situation, then you don't have to worry about that. So those are the two things that I continue to come back to.
The other thing, man, is if you're a team that's going to play in close games, and look, I don't have any reason to believe Nebraska is going to blow out every team on the schedule. We have no reason to believe that will be true. If you're a team that's going to play in close games, you better have a good field goal kicker. Because those missed 3 points here and there, that matters in close games.
Yeah,
those are absolutely critical, especially when you're losing by an average of 3 points a game.
Yeah,
right. Like if you don't have a kicker who's consistent, making 80% of their field goals. Nebraska was 60% last year.
Yeah,
you up that to 80, they probably got 2 more wins.
And now they have a kicker that's hurt. And so that's a position that, I know we love talking about the old days and how X, Y, and Z used to always be really good. But hell, even in the post-championship era, they still had really good kickers.
And punters.
That's a more recent
kicker
phenomenon.
And punter, you never had to worry about.
It's not even like it stops at Alex Henry. No, it kept going on past that. They were still really good even after Alex Henry. But the last decade, it's been bad, like actively bad. And it's cost them games. It's cost them opportunities to tie games, and it certainly cost them opportunities to then win the games outright.
If that's not fixed, dump out your Kool-Aid.
When we return, some more of these responses about reasons to maybe not be optimistic that we can get to. Kansas coming up as well in 25 teams in 25 grums. Josh Peterson, John Schreiner, and today for John Bishop, Nick Grimm producing. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone. Kansas coming up in 25 teams and 25 grums. And a reminder that this week's zone deal is to... Okay over there, Nick?
Yeah, just got confused. We're good. Everything's
Volume
good.
is down. Turn it. There it is. You're right.
There's a lot going on over here.
Yeah.
He's got some things. Just
yeah.
let him.
I know he potted it down so fast.
Because I had it behind the scenes. I had it in queue, and then I was moving it. I'm like, why isn't the sound going down?
Yeah.
And then it was in queue, and I realized. Anyway.
Reminder, this week's zone deal. You know what, Nick? It's okay. I got something to cheer you up because it's to cops.
Oh,
you love cops. You love cops.
I do love cops.
We have cops sometimes at the office. Delicious pizza, steak, seafood pasta, fresh salads, and don't forget about the tasty charred wings, whether it's dine-in or carry-out, not to mention delivery. 3 convenient locations in Omaha. And Friday morning at 9, you can get $50 worth of vouchers for only $25.
Wings sound good right now.
Wings sound awesome, and they definitely sound awesome on September the 5th. Some responses to our discussion about why to put down the Kool-Aid. First of all, CJ writes, how dare you try and water down our big red Kool-Aid? I'll just help myself to another glass to wash down those bad takes. That's fine. Feel free to inject it straight into your veins as well. Some other responses, though.
That's going to go well.
Theo says, we don't have a left tackle and can't protect quarterback 1 with a dumpster fire at QB2. Not ideal. Along those lines, Rusty says, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid because there is too much riding on the success of the starting quarterback. History tells us the quarterback will get injured at some point during the season. The drop-off after Dylan Raiola is an absolute cliff.
Yeah. See, this is the thing I have a problem with. People say these things like, well, the quarterback gets injured every year until he doesn't.
Oh, so you're a truther saying he doesn't have to get hurt.
The quarterback doesn't, like, just because it's happened.
He doesn't have to
Just
happen.
because the coin has flipped heads 3 times in a row doesn't mean it's going to definitely hit heads the 4th time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a false choice. Like, it doesn't have to happen that way.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
Especially if you don't run the quarterback 15 times a game.
Now, that is going to be, you want to talk about a sneaky way for them to not have to replace a quarterback. And that's not obviously to say that a non-mobile quarterback or a quarterback that does not run the football at a large clip can't get hurt. We obviously know that. Last year, Kirk Cousins, now, I mean, his was a different injury, but he got injured. I don't think anyone in here would be like, yeah, Kirk Cousins. When I think of mobile quarterbacks, I think Kirk Cousins. But, you know, it has happened around here so often that I think it being built into the price of being a Husker fan, like, I'm okay if somebody wants. So I'll disagree with you. I'm okay with that. But all it takes is 1 year where it doesn't happen. And if you're right, let's say that he doesn't get hurt. We have wasted so much time this offseason talking about the number 2. We have wasted so much time because we've mentioned it a ton on the show. But if Nebraska gets to November 20 whatever, and then they play a bowl game, and the only time that Dylan Raiola was on the bench was because Nebraska was up by 3 or 4 scores in the 4th quarter, like a lot of oxygen went to Heinrich Harburg and Jalen Gramstad and even a little bit of Daniel Kalen. And it's a good problem to have if you're Nebraska football. But it really would you're right over there, Nick.
I don't know anymore.
What's going on?
I don't know. I'm being all clumsy today.
Wow. But yeah, so I think that that's one of the things that, you know, by the time we get to November, let's see how much we're talking about it. Trying to remember if there was any other. Oh, there was one other response. This is from, as I like to call him, noted Wisconsin fan Kyle. He says, I feel like the talk a couple months ago was worry about the wide receiver room. Now media talks like it's a strength of the team. I'm skeptical about the wide receiver room being good enough. I think QB1 is going to be looking around for open guys a lot more than people think. So I definitely have shifted my opinion on the group. I was confident that they'd be good. Now I am bullish that I think that they're going to be good. A large part is, I mean, like, look, Jamal Banks was somebody that I was excited about when
I think everybody generally said, like, adding Jamal Banks to this wide receiver room is huge.
When he first popped onto the radar and they landed him, like, that was someone that I said, big thumbs up. The last couple of years, almost 1,300 yards receiving combined, 13 touchdowns combined, and well over 100 catches. I think that those numbers have a chance to go quite a bit higher this year. I think one of the things that I like about him is that he really has seemed to embrace the leadership stuff.
His size.
And his size. He is a massive dude. 6'4", 205. Like, I love going and watching his Wake Forest highlights. Honestly, I probably need to do that again before the season gets going, just to kind of get reminded again of what he has to do. The reason, so, you know, yes, the question basically, I'll beat you to it or I'll beat Kyle to it. Okay, so what changed then? I think one of the things that has changed on my end is when Isaiah Nayor committed. He was someone that I thought was a hell of an unknown. 1 catch last year for 14 yards. He missed the 2022 season because he was hurt. The year before that, he was at Wyoming. 44 catches for 878 yards, 12 touchdowns. Obviously, great numbers. And his first year, 8 catches for 248 yards. So all of his production outside of 1 catch and 14 total yards happened when he was at Wyoming back in 2020 and 2021. Seems like, he is going to be a player that can also have an impact. And then I am a believer in the wide receivers, the young guys, like whether it's a Jalen Lloyd or others, coming on strong. I think a huge silver lining of last year's tire fire on offense is that they got the opportunity to play because of injuries. And so I think it's good that they have experience. And I think that Fedoni can have a good year.
You still have Thomas Fedoni at tight end.
And Carter Nelson, I think they want to get him involved. And I don't think that's bluster. I think that that's real too.
Yeah, I think that the wide receiver situation is way better off than it was, obviously, last year.
By far.
Like when Billy Kemp at 5'0" is your number one wide receiver, like you've got bad things happening.
Yeah.
Like that guy should be in the slot, running underneath routes, zipping around the middle of the field, dodging linebackers.
He was having to do something he can't do.
Yeah. That he was put in a position that did not highlight what he was actually good at all.
Yeah, definitely. KG emails in Equitable Bank inbox. He says, haven't drank the Kool-Aid in years. Why start now? You know what? That is also totally fine. I get it. It's another August 7th in a series of August 7ths.
You are allowed to reserve judgment.
You are. You definitely are. I know that I feel like I've done a very good job at, reserving judgment over the last few years. Now, I was wrong last season. I thought that they would go to a bowl, but I missed it by 1 game. So I don't feel like I was that off.
Last year, I actually got the record prediction right.
Right on. So did Bishop. He also was a 5-7 guy. The end of the Frost era.
The year previous to that, I was way wrong.
Well, yeah, I was. Some people pushed the chips all the way in. I mean, I guess I was, but I was saying they're not going to a bowl. Do not believe any of this stuff. So I feel like I've done it. I feel like I've had a solid read on this program for the last. Really, I mean, the 2019 season was my last really, really bad one. So I feel like I've had a good read on them for 5 seasons. We'll see if I have another good read on them this year. If I do, they're going to be solid. I will say this, one more reason before we talk Kansas, not to drink the Kool-Aid. It is a thin margin of error this year, just given, where the depth is at some of these positions. Not to say a quarterback has to get hurt, and it doesn't even have to just be quarterback, but the offensive line. If no one,
the defensive backfield's already banged up.
Bingo. And if no one emerges at running back, we're talking about this right now, in what would it mean if a guy isn't good, or what would it mean if a guy had 700 yards? But if it's not good, then that is going to be a major issue. I think you can throw to set up the run in a lot of games, but not in all of the games. Some defenses are going to be able to figure you out. Last year they were trying to run so they could set up the pass. This year I think it's going to be the opposite.
They were trying to run so they could set up the interception.
Yeah, well, and they liked doing that. 31 turnovers last season. When we return, Kansas football, we will talk about the Jayhawks as we continue our countdown to the start of the season, which again is only 17 days away.
So far away.
Today will mark hump day of not the week, but of 25 teams and 25 grums. Because this would have been team number 13. Instead, it's team number 12, so it's exactly halfway through, Nick. Why don't you knock something over again over there?
Knock you over.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. We'll talk Kansas football when we return with Brian Haney, the voice of the Jayhawks, here on 1620 The Zone.
To the house. Back to throwing here. Quick one, and he's picked. Noah Dotson on to the races. Another pick six. Jason Bean wants to throw. Deep shot. Arnold! He is gone. 80-yard touchdown strike.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
We have gotten to the halfway point of this exercise, and today we bring on the voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Brian Haney, to talk about Kansas, a team that has often been called a dark horse to win the Big 12 in the first year of the expanded conference. Brian, thank you so much for taking the time. How are you today?
Hey, great to be on with you guys. Doing great. Certainly excited about maybe the most anticipated KU football season in school history. It certainly ranks right up there with where Mangino had the program back in 07-08. So we're counting down the days, man. We're 3 weeks and 1 day away from kicking this thing off.
Should be a whole lot of fun. Brian, I wanted to start with that because you have been the voice of the Jayhawks for almost a decade now. And so obviously there were some lean years early. What has happened with this program lately? Like, are you pinching yourself? What's it been like covering them as they have gone on this climb from like, oh, wow, they beat Texas. That was pretty funny to, oh, wow, look at them. They're getting off to an undefeated start to now a 9-win season. And like I said, a dark horse to potentially win the Big 12.
Well, I think it's been quite a culture shift, a trajectory change, all of the above, because I think back to the late Les Miles era, and we were getting good players here, but that was when the transfer portal era was really taking off, and there was one offseason where Kansas lost 3 defensive starters to 3 different SEC schools, and we started to think, man, are we always going to be a have-not? That as soon as we get something fancy, shiny, and new, bigger SEC program that's more tradition-rich swoops in and steals them away, kind of like you see Kansas basketball do, or back then was doing more commonly. But what's changed is Lance Leipold stepped in and created a culture that guys want to stick and stay and be a part of. And he himself has hit some home runs in the transfer portal, no doubt, these last 3 seasons. But more than anything, when we've started to have some success and we're no longer catching anybody by surprise, guys that perhaps could have left for a bigger name school or maybe even a bigger NIL payday have elected to stay and be a part of this thing because they genuinely feel like they're part of something special that could possibly be the greatest year ever at Kansas. And the culture is such that these guys are just kind of lifting each other up and wanting to stay together. And that, to me, starting with Lance's own reaffirmed commitment, but then carrying on through some of the players that could have gone elsewhere but stayed, that's been the most exciting part of this whole thing, because now with Lance in back-to-back off seasons, turning down other job offers, with a new stadium on the way, a $450 million project, it all seems sustainable. And late in the Mangino era, obviously we didn't sustain it. And then the wheels kind of went off the rails for a while there. And for a decade and a half, Kansas plummeted not only to the bottom of the Big 12, but in many regards, the bottom of D1 FBS football. And so to now see Kansas on the climb again, but this time with coaching continuity, player continuity, with competitive NIL, and now a brand new stadium project, it feels like this could really be one season building upon the next, and not just a flash in the pan, because for so many years we would have, peaks and valleys, but last year, for example, was just the second time ever that KU's been to back-to-back bowl games. It had never done it other than the 07-08 years under Mangino. The program had never seen back-to-back bowl appearances. Well, now they have a chance this season, at a minimum, to make it to 3 straight bowl games, and maybe, just maybe, with the expanded college football playoff format, if things break just right, it could truly be an extra special year in that regard.
Hey, Brian, I wonder if, thinking about this as you have been on both sides of the coin here, seeing a coaching staff that was wholly unsuccessful in building a winning program versus what Lance Leipold's done, which is like truly one of the most remarkable things in college football, to turn that program around. Having seen both sides of it, do you have any sense of what it takes to build a program from the bottom, and how Lance has been able to do that?
Well, there were a lot of factors that kind of came together like a perfect storm, and the first of which, not to take anything away from the unbelievable job Lance has done because, 80-90% of it was just his culture, his coaching staff, their recruiting, the belief they instilled in the current players, and some great players that they added in after that. But one thing that timed out just right is that the scholarship peril that we were in the midst of, and we were operating well below the typical scholarship numbers based on a lot of player defections and guys that didn't graduate back in the Charlie Weiss era. I mean, that's something that 2 coaching staffs after Weiss, we were still paying the price for. And then the scholarship numbers finally caught up. They actually inherited some really good talent from the Les Miles era. Names like, Jaylen Daniels, for example, that now will be, not only a all Big 12 caliber guy, but a guy that has a chance to be an All-American quarterback. And there's numerous examples on both sides of the ball that are there from that previous staff. But it's Leipold's staff that's gotten the most out of these guys in terms of player development. It's his culture that he's instilled along with our culture coach and director of sports performance, Matt Gildersleeve, that has allowed these pre-existing players to flourish and realize their optimal potential, but also has attracted, a higher level of recruit. And I really think that their recruiting success on the heels of the on-the-field success has been a big difference maker and a big, I guess, stark contrast from what we saw back in 07, 08. I'm not sure that era truly capitalized on the 20 wins in a 2-year stretch that Mangino's staff enjoyed, because while they certainly, were awesome en route to a 12-1 Orange Bowl season, and then they went 8-5 the next year in the Insight Bowl, you started to have some coaching defections, and they never truly reaped a harvest of recruits that were dividends paid on previous year's win totals. This coaching staff, I feel, is doing that. Now, we did lose a couple of coaches this year, 3 of them to be exact, that were very key for Kansas. The defensive backs coach, the offensive line coach, and the OC. This was after the previous offseason where Lance didn't have a single coaching departure. And that was actually the first time that had happened, total coaching continuity at Kansas in 20 years. So this is going to be a little bit interesting this season to see how they replace Andy Kotelnicki, the OC, with Jeff Grimes and what that looks like. A ton of the offensive personnel is back, and the scheme will be very similar in many regards. But do they miss a beat? Is there a hiccup or two? We'll see. But they've replaced all those coaches with high-level replacements, and I'm really optimistic that it's going to all work out. But I think to answer your question succinctly after laying all that out for you, there was more inside the cupboards than met the eye when they first took the job. They caught a break with the scholarship numbers finally catching up. But then the coaching talent themselves, when it came to player development and then restocking the shelves with great recruits and instilling a culture that both pre-existing players and the new guys coming in wanted to be a part of, that's where Lance Leipold's mastery and magnificence has truly taken flight. And man, he's a joy to be around on a day-to-day basis because he leads with integrity. He does it the right way. And he truly is not just a great leader of young men that inspires these guys, but all of us working around him, want to run through that wall for this guy. He's the real deal.
Talking Kansas football in 25 teams in 25 grums. Brian, you mentioned Jaylen Daniels. Obviously, he has been banged up throughout the last couple of seasons, but has also been so good when he is healthy. What would it mean for this offense if he was able to remain healthy throughout the entire year?
Well, it would mean that they're probably flirting with 40 points a game and flirting with double-digit wins, and he's in the Heisman conversation, which might sound crazy, and you're like, he's biased, he's a Kansas guy, but look at the flashes of brilliance you've seen when he has been healthy. Look at some of the numbers he's posted. Heck, the previous bowl game we went to when we were coming up just short of Arkansas on a furious comeback that Jaylen helped lead, he became the first player in FBS bowl history to pass for over 500 yards, to rush for over 100 yards, have 5 passing TDs as well, all in a bowl game. That's the type of playmaker he can be. He's dynamic. He's got a big-time arm. The ball just explodes out of his hand, but he's elusive in the open field. He might not be the straight-on sprinting track star speed guy that Jason Bean was, that we were really lucky to have last year step in when Jaylen went down with the back injury. But in terms of wiggle and elusiveness and escapability in the open field, man, he's got all of that and more. So I think if he could somehow play the bulk of the season, and when I say bulk of the season, I mean, could he give us 10 out of 12 games for a guy that's averaged only 6 games played in his 4 collegiate seasons. My, oh my, I mean, Kansas would be right there in the thick of the Big 12 title chase, right there in the thick of the college football playoff consideration. He's that good. And the defense on the other side, I think, can be complementary enough with 2 All-American corners, with an underrated group of linebackers. And we'll see what the pass rush looks like. They lost Austin Booker to the NFL draft, who was the Big 12 Defensive Newcomer of the Year last year. That's probably one of the biggest question marks in fall camp is, who steps in on the edge. But the offense, even with the new OC, should Jaylen stay healthy, it's going to be one of the most exciting offenses in America. But obviously that's a huge, huge if in keeping him healthy based on some really unfortunate injuries his first 4 years.
You mentioned them, so I wanted to talk about them. The 2 cornerbacks, Kobe Bryant and Mello Dotson. This is a league in the Big 12 that typically likes to throw the ball around a lot. What does it mean to have those 2 guys back?
The question kind of cut out there. I apologize
sorry.
for the cell reception where I'm at.
Yeah. I was asking
Mello
about
and Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant and Mello Dotson. Those 2 guys having them back in a league that likes to throw the ball.
Man, it's a huge leg up to have 2 of those guys. It'd be awesome just to have one, but we have an embarrassment of riches in that regard. Kobe's a guy that will absolutely play on Sundays. They both should, but Kobe could be a very high draft pick as a guy that has become one of the best lockdown cover corners in the country. And he is slight in frame, but man, he can be there on the ball, meeting it at the apex of its flight, great ball hawking ability, and then. Mello, because a lot of times they don't want to throw to Kobe's side of the field. He's been Johnny on the spot with some big-time defensive plays, both interceptions and pick sixes as well. So he's the softer spoken of the 2. Kobe's the one that will let you know about his game and what he's got in store for a receiver on a given day. But I kind of like the fact that you got 2 different personalities, but 2 big-time stars. And Kobe, I call the Hawk Mamba because obviously – the more famous of the Kobe Bryants was Black Mamba. He's our Hawk Mamba. He earned that nickname when he had a pick 6 walk-off winner at West Virginia 2 years ago in overtime. Snake necklace that says Hawk Mamba on it. So this guy personifies what you think of when you think of very self-confident, swag-tastic corners that both let their game and their mouths do the talking. Mello's more of a quiet soldier, but he gets the job done too, and we're really lucky to have them both.
Well, Brian, we appreciate you taking the time. Enjoy the season. It should be a whole lot of fun to watch the Jayhawks this year.
Man, thank you guys so much. Let's do this again come bowl season. If the Hawks have had the year, we all hope it will be.
All right, sounds great. Brian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Rock Chalk.
That is Brian Haney, the voice of the Jayhawks, joining us today in 25 teams in 25 grums. I mentioned them being a potential dark horse team to win the league. They have the 6th best odds, according to FanDuel, behind Utah, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, UCF, and Iowa State. They're 10-1 to win the league. It's funny. We were discussing, John, reasons to maybe put the Kool-Aid down or water the Kool-Aid down. And the biggest one that we both started with was basically the quarterback for a variety of reasons. Some would say quarterback health. This is that story again, because he is so good. But sadly, he has been injured at various points, over the last couple of seasons. I would love to see what it would look like if he was able to make it through an entire year healthy, because I think Brian's right. I mean, it's a team that can definitely challenge for double-digit wins if he is able to do so.
Well, and there's another team in the Big 12 that has kind of the same story as that with Utah and Cam Rising. Can Cam Rising stay healthy for an entire season? Can he manage to put together an entire year?
Yeah.
That's a team that's favored to win the Big 12 in a lot of places, and they're in a very similar situation. So Kansas is not alone in the Big 12.
No, definitely not. And the Jayhawks this year, their schedule's interesting. They avoid Utah in terms of the new teams or teams coming in from the West Coast. They have Arizona State. That's a road game. They also travel out to Provo to take on, or Salt Lake rather, to take on BYU. Colorado, that will be a home game. Illinois on the road is like the one kind of notable non-conference game. But I think it's a very doable schedule for the Kansas Jayhawks this year.
Yeah, it all signs point to potentially 10 wins for them. And look, in this day and age, if you get to 10 wins, you got a shot at being in the final 12.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be right there in the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think I'd go all the way in picking them to do that, but I think you're right. I mean, they have a chance. It's just can they keep those guys healthy?
The quarterback health is going to be the prime factor for them because they don't have a Jason Bean who they can throw in there if he gets injured again. It's going to be a significant drop off from what they had a year ago.
Yeah, certainly. That is another team in 25 teams and 25 grums. We still have Georgia coming up this week. We have Notre Dame coming up this week. And then we will roll on. We'll have 2.5 more weeks as the last one that we will do will be the Friday before week 0. We still have the Run and Wrestling Connection coming up. We can get to that when we return. Mitch Holus is going to join us at the bottom of the hour as well. Didn't have this on the Grum Down, but Brandon Aiyuk and his potential trade possibilities. Still waiting on any sort of news on where he could end up. Nothing has happened to this point just yet, but we'll I saw a couple tweets about him earlier that I wanted to unpack with you, so we can do that in the 5 o'clock hour. But a reminder, it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday. We could still use a few more Dumb Debates questions, and we will get that into the happy hour as the Wednesday Grum rolls on. Josh Peterson, John Schreiner, in today for John Bishop, Nick Grimm producing. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. What's up with all these listeners, John, asking us to do a wrestling segment?
You want to talk to me about running?
Maybe I do, John.
You know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do a minute of running and a minute of wrestling. The Run and Wrestling Connection.
I've already run like so many K today.
This is wrestling. This.
For no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run.
Get off the wrestling mat. Boo!
Run. All right, John. Ooh, that sounds good.
Oh, that's much
So it
better.
was the microphone.
I actually do have some wrestling things that I can
You
talk
got
about.
some
Yeah,
wrestling
yeah.
stuff? All right, good. This is the Run and Wrestling Connection where I talk about running. John talks about wrestling, and this is perfect because your name is John.
I'm John.
Do you want to start it off so we can save the main event, a.k.a. running, a.k.a. the Olympics for last?
Sure.
All right, what do you got for us?
Did you guys see that Cuba's Mijaín Lopez won his 5th consecutive gold medal?
Oh, wow, you're going actual wrestling.
It's this
Yeah,
wrestling.
real
yeah,
wrestling,
yeah, not
okay?
not the pretend stuff.
Not wrestling.
Oh.
This was very cool. He 5 straight Olympics. He has won a gold medal.
Yeah.
In Greco-Roman wrestling.
Going all the way back to what year is that? Was it 2008, right? Is how far back it goes?
Yeah. So and then when he won the gold medal match, he took off his shoes and placed them in the middle of the mat and just stood up and raised his hands like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Like when a fighter leaves his gloves in the middle of the ring.
Deuces.
But that is just a tremendous accomplishment. 41 years old, and he won
He's
the
an old
gold in Greco-Roman.
That is really cool.
That's a guy who's a year younger than me. I can't imagine competing at that level at this age.
It's a great reminder that John Schreiner is older than you think he is.
Yeah.
Is Greco-Roman is it similar to like what we see in college, or is it its own?
No, it's a totally
subgenre
different
of
thing.
wrestling?
In Greco-Roman, you are not allowed to touch your opponent's legs. So like you can't like shoot for a takedown. You have to.
I didn't know you could shoot people in wrestling.
Yeah, that's what it's called, Nick. When you go
I
in,
didn't know either.
When you
'Cause
duck in and grab the legs and take
it's a
them
bad
down.
sport.
It's not a bad sport.
It's a horrible sport.
It's a great sport.
It's a horrible sport.
It is like the most difficult sport.
Okay, you know what? Hot take. I'm sick of everyone saying every sport is the hardest sport. Every sport's difficult.
Disc golf is really hard.
No, it's not, except for disc golf. Every sport is difficult in its own special, unique way. I still maintain hitting a baseball is the hardest thing in the world because if you do it 3 times out of 10, you're a Hall of Famer.
That's true.
In no other event in life entirely can you go 3 out of 10 and be good.
That's
Unless
30%.
you're Scott Frost with all the sycophants.
Try grabbing a hold of someone and making them do something that they don't want to do.
That's assault,
Physically.
brother.
That is assault.
That's assault. But in wrestling, you're
Not
like,
on a
this guy's
wrestling
the
mat.
GOAT.
Wrestling really is just consensual assault.
Nick, what a great way to
Now,
describe
that's MMA.
it. That is also consensual assault. All right, sticking with the
So
Olympics.
there's your wrestling news for the day.
All right, perfect. That's not what I was expecting. I thought you'd give us some WWE news, but
I don't have any.
it's all dorky to me. Let's talk about Cole Hawker. Many people have been reaching out and saying, Sir, are you going to talk about him? And I am going to talk about him. He won gold yesterday in the 1500 Olympic record, 3 minutes, 27.65 seconds. And the cool part is, he's an American, by the way, 5th to 1st over the final 300 meters. This event, Nick, I'd actually read some articles about the 1500 in the lead up to the Olympics because there were 2 guys, Jacob Ingebrigtsen and Josh Kerr, who hated each other. Not hated. They still hate each other. Big rivals. They talk trash to each other, which I think is great because it's running. So there's been a lot written and said about them. There was a piece in the 1500 meter qualification the other day over the weekend that was entirely built around their rivalry because NBC thought that those were going to be the dudes that were competing to see who would win gold. Not only does neither of them win gold, Ingebrigtsen didn't even medal. He ended up falling to, was it 4th or 5th place? He ended up dropping off entirely. Josh Kerr finished with silver. So pretty damn cool that Cole Hawker won. And I loved the quote from him. He said, I told myself, don't be soft. You've got to go with it or you're going to regret this for the rest of your life if you don't go with it. He said that to himself in the final 200 meters. I love hearing athletes say quotes like that because I think that it can be, very I think we can all think that way. You know I felt that way with a race. Like, don't regret. I said to myself a couple years ago in a race, I said, don't regret anything about this final mile because I wanted to reach a goal. I love hearing that. Don't be soft. You're going to regret this. Like, think about that, man. Like, it's interesting, John, watching the Olympics, and you see all these teams or you see all these individuals, and they'll finish, and they are, like, it seems, very appreciative of their competitors, and they are complimenting them and saying congratulations. But, man, I think about some that have, like, the lead in the stretch, and then somebody passes them, and it's like, you are medaling. You are going to get a medal, you whatever color it is, silver or bronze, but it's like that regret, and thinking about that. Like, does Josh Kerr have that regret today? Is he waking up thinking, I screwed up. I did something wrong. I messed up down the stretch, whatever. I messed up early in the second lap. So for him to recognize in the moment, don't do that. Don't have that regret, I think is pretty damn cool.
Yeah. I think
running.
That's applicable to not only sports, but just your life in general.
Definitely
man.
don't have a regret about what you're about to do.
I have a similar thing. And I don't know if it's exactly the same thought process, but like when I'm preparing for a broadcast or something, it's like, I might be a little tired. I don't want to look at these stats anymore, but it's like when I get to the game, when I get to the show, I'm going to wish I had that information. I'm going to wish I had that knowledge. So it's like this drive to do the thing, even though it may be a little bit painful at the time, like push through it.
Yeah.
Get it done.
100%.
That's cool.
A couple comments. Amazing Daniel says, of all the sports I've seen, the ones that make me think I couldn't even do them at the lowest level of my athletic peak: gymnastics, water polo, synchronized swimming. I think about that with water polo all the time because
you're treading water for an hour.
That's the part that blows my mind. You're treading water. Treading water for an hour sounds horrible. First of all, like just thinking about that. Okay, so you do that, then add on all of the other stuff that you are doing, and it's an athletic event. It's kind of like hockey, right? It's like hockey. You have to be an incredible athlete, and you have to do all these things, and it's like, man, what a really difficult sport. And it's like, oh yeah, and then you're skating the entire time. It's like, wow, so you have to have all of these
whacking a biscuit with an axe-shaped stick.
So you have to have great hand-eye coordination, but you also have to be able to skate, like they have field hockey in the Olympics, but it's like, that's just running, You're just in shape, but then you have to skate. Asian Joe says, here's your wrestling news for the segment. SummerSlam was this past Saturday, and the original tribal chief Roman Reigns returned. Bishop can thank me later for doing his segment. There you go.
Nice.
Thanks to
I did
Asian.
a segment.
There you go.
I talked about wrestling.
You talked about real wrestling, not the pretend version. So there you go. That's the run and wrestling connection. We've talked a good amount of Olympic running over the last couple of weeks, and so that's very, very nice. Andrew writes, his dad's reaction was awesome. If that's the race I was thinking of, I don't know. I didn't see any of the reaction from any family members coming out of it, at least of that one. But certainly have seen some coming out of the other races. Keena says, water polo was tough when they all wear those wrestling ear protector things. Yeah, exactly. That they're wearing those. Yeah, I think water polo probably. I mean, gymnastics, every time I watch it, I'm like, nope, no thank you.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, when Simone Biles was talking about the twisties, and there was all this stupid-ass criticism coming her way. And it's like, are you serious, man? Like running and jumping and then spinning and rotating all of those different ways. And it's like, you rotate too far or too slow, and you're going to fall and break your neck, or at least you're going to hurt yourself mightily. Very odd, some of those complaints.
We had the discussion, I think it was last week, like if I gave you 4 years and you could work on it every single day, is there a sport that you think you could like be at least like competent
Olympic worthy? No. Like I put, it's funny. I mentioned this to somebody yesterday. I put 10 to 12 hours into my running every week. And that's just like the actual act of running, let alone the other stuff. And I am, I'm not winning any local races.
Sure.
So the thing, I think of all the time and effort that I put, and I can't even win a local, marathon, let alone a half or a 5K or anything like that. It's like,
well, there's a requisite level of youth.
Yep. Yeah.
And natural athletic ability. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't have a baseline to work from,
you're screwed.
You're never going to get there.
Yeah.
Like you can work as hard as you want, and if you don't have the natural baseline athletic ability, it doesn't matter how hard you work.
Correct.
You will never be as good as those people.
And a lot of the so it's like, okay, so if I couldn't do that, then it's like, all right, what are the other things that I'm okay at? Like my hand-eye coordination was fine. Like, I was an okay hitter. I was never a great hitter though. And when the pitches started getting faster, then I struggled more. So I couldn't do any of those types of things. I don't think but then it gets into all these sports that I've never played. It's like, could I do well at field hockey? No, because I don't know the rules. I can't. And
But if you had 4 years to work on it every single day,
my base level of athleticism, again, it's good. It's good for what it is. Like, I'm not trying to sandbag myself, but for as much work as I put into it, that I can't win a local race. Like, I think that says all I need to know. I sucked at basketball. Like, I'm bad at all the sports. So sadly, no.
I said equestrian.
And which one's that? Riding the horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate horses. So
I grew up riding horses.
Yeah, a horse almost killed me one time.
I didn't know that.
Chased me down. Yeah, I'm anti-horse.
I grew up riding horses. I think if I had 4 years, and like some of those competitors in equestrian are in their late 40s, early 50s. So
yeah,
like it doesn't require a ton of athletic ability.
All right.
But if you gave me 4 years to work on it every day with a specially trained horse, I could probably be competitive.
So you're of horse.
Yeah.
Question for you. So those events where the horse like dances around.
Yeah.
Do you think the horses should get the medal for that?
Horses definitely should get the medal for that.
They probably do, right? Don't they get a medal?
I think the person who's riding the horse gets the medal.
That's sad. They should give the horse the medal.
The horse should get because the person riding the horse is a coach at that point.
The equestrian athlete is the coach. That's correct.
Brent says, with enough time and training, I could shoot a pistol like that 51-year-old Turkish dude.
See, there are things that I think you might like. Given enough time and dedication, like say you don't have a job. This is all you do.
I'm just shooting a gun?
You're just practicing shooting for 4 straight years.
Wow.
It's also there are air rifles and air pistols too. So
it sounds miserable.
I think it feels a little easier.
I think it would be possible.
But if it's that easy, then why doesn't every person who owns a gun doing this?
It's not that easy because you have to have an insane level of dedication to get that good.
Yeah. Sam writes, see, I still think it's way more difficult than you're imagining. Sam writes, Nick phrased it like you have a centaur in the studio.
Do we not?
Well, yeah.
I am here today.
That's why we turn off our studio cam now.
I've never seen John below the waist.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Yeah. Why do you think the cameras face us the way that they do? Yeah, I'm going to say no, because see, it's so funny. Nick, we were just telling John this, that there are all these people that believe they can compete in the Olympics. And he said, no, there's not. Now John Schreiner shows up and says, with enough practice, I could be an equestrian.
I think I could.
See, there you go. Send this clip to John so he knows that we're not lying to him. When we return, speaking of people who don't lie, Mitch Holus will join us. We'll talk about the Kansas City Chiefs as they continue their march for what they hope to be their 3rd consecutive Super Bowl victory, which would be a first in the history of the NFL. Also, Dumb Debates, get your questions in now, and we will answer them in the happy hour. He is John Schreiner in for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson, and Nick Grimm, who's about to talk here on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. Josh is right. I'm talking. Last night, the White Sox finally broke their 21-game losing streak. And if you remember, yesterday, I also let you know that they were plus 198 to win that game. If you decided to pick them, then congrats. If you didn't, don't worry. There's still more opportunities to fade the literal worst team in professional baseball has ever seen. Except, right now, in their 3rd game of the series, they're up on the A's by 2 runs. You can play along with that game right now with the Circa Sports in-game lines that update every single break on the Circa Sports Iowa app. But if you want another bad team to play against, my Rockies take on the Mets again tonight. If you have more faith in my team than I do, then they're plus 135 to win with the Circa Sports tight money line splits. These are just a small sampling of all the games and lines available to you on the Circa Sports Iowa app. Football, Olympics, motorsports, you name it, they have it. Plus, when you do win a lot, they won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys will. It's like having all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download the Circa Sports Iowa app today and bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
focused on hand placement, footwork, lower body? What has been your main emphasis?
I mean, for me, it's always a holistic approach and trying to just get better in every single thing. You know, just there's this book. It's called The Book of Five Rings, written by Miyamoto Musashi. It's just to know the way broadly is to know it in all things, and just trying to get better in every single thing that you do, and being a well-versed football player, person, and all that stuff. That's been my main emphasis.
Final question: how much did the Thomas stuff help you? And then two, what have you learned about the nuances of the game? I mean, you've had two giant years here.
Yeah, it's the experience is the greatest teacher, and Thomas had a lot of that experience. I've started to get that experience too, and it's been amazing. He's been a great mentor, a fantastic friend, and I can't say enough great things about him.
The two voices that you heard in that clip were our next guest, Mitch Holus, as well as George Karlaftis, who is entering his third season in the NFL. And Mitch joins us as he does every day at this time. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. First of all, Mitch, can't believe it's year 3 for Karlaftis already. Second of all, definitely did not expect a quote to go in that direction. You don't hear a whole lot of NFL players talking like he did there.
You've read that book, right?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, 5 stars on Goodreads.
by Gretna Scalbina Snuffagopoulos.
Very good book.
I'm like, man, if I can read Mad Magazine, it's by Alfred E. Newman. Like, I was thinking, oh my gosh, this guy's wicked smart. And I was just staring at him, like nodding my head, like I think I don't even know what you're talking about. But he's a magnificent player. He's an emerging star. This is the week that we're featuring the guys that could become stars or on their way. McDuffie, Hollywood Brown, and now George Karlaftis. When you look at his productivity the first 2 years, it's there. It's more than just sacks with him. He's very disruptive. He's a ball hawk. He recovers the fumble in Super Bowl 58 when George Kittle wants to talk smack on him. And he's like, oh, well, here's the ball. Let me jump on it. But he's Karlaftis is such a weapon defensively on this team. And right now he's having a fabulous camp.
Hey, Mitch, the preseason depth chart, the first one came out. Was there anything on there that kind of maybe made you raise your eyebrows at all?
Those depth charts, let's see. Have you trained a puppy before?
Yeah, sure have.
That's the best use of those depth charts. just spread them out. If you got to discipline them it, you can roll them up. But those depth charts are worth about that much. If they go paper, when you go to Hy-Vee, I think they still do this in Omaha, but paper, plastic, or depth chart. That's what they'll do. Don't get too engrossed in the depth chart.
Hey, not along the lines of the depth chart, but obviously those are coming out this week because the preseason is about to begin for the rest of the league after the Hall of Fame game. I assume that Friday is the travel day. So what's the goal of practice tomorrow before their first game? Their not official game, but their first game of the 2024 season.
Yeah, they're actually off tomorrow. They do, they calculate these days off related to the NFL Players Association. And so Coach, he calculates them all. So they'll be off on Thursday. Friday, they'll have, in essence, a walkthrough. It'll be like an in-season Saturday. And then we're rolling down to Jacksonville on Friday after that walkthrough.
Awesome. Well, Mitch, safe travels as you get ready to call this. I forget, this will be season number 31?
Oh, yeah, only 31.
Only 31.
So wow. I had a fan that came up today. This is amazing. He goes, man, I listen to your segment on Unsportsmanlike conduct all the time. I go, well, that's cool. It's kind of the idea, it's like, great. But it was like, I should have written it down. It was like Aaron Schmelzy or Schmoggle. I go, so what part of Omaha are you from? He goes, no, I'm not from Omaha. I'm from Lincoln. I'm like, oh, from Lincoln. Listen to Sportsmanlike conduct. I see what you're doing. But it was, one of those names where it's TRZLBR, and you're like, how do you say
that? A lot of consonants.
Schmelzy. It's like one of those bohemian. It's like Makovica spelled RLDCDR.
Well, we appreciate all of our listeners, no matter how they spell their names, and especially the ones who are listening in on the stream or watching on YouTube or Twitch around the state of Nebraska. Mitch, we will talk to you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, boys. We'll go to another emerging star who's been the defensive valedictorian of this camp.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mitch. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yep. Talk to you. Yes, sir.
That is Mitch Holus, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. George Karlaftis enters his third season for the Chiefs. It'd be interesting to know, what does a breakthrough year look like for him? 80 total tackles over the last couple of seasons. He mentioned he's not just about the sacks, but those numbers did climb last year, 10.5 sacks after 6 as a rookie. How much better can he be going into this year? We'll talk a little bit more about the NFL in the final hour of the show. Brandon Aiyuk, just a kind of an odd situation, I guess, with what's going on, where they've been shopping him for, certainly a whole lot lately. There's been discourse around him getting traded throughout much of the offseason. But now he is saying, I don't want to go to one place in particular. And so now we're wondering what is going to happen with him moving forward. If you missed any of the show, we've had some really fun discussions so far. One of the things that we have not had a chance to get to, John, was the idea of Lincoln Riley and what this season could mean for him. Stuart Mandel, in his weekly mailbag, was asked about Lincoln Riley early on, and the question was from one of the readers named Dell, and it was a simple question: is Lincoln Riley okay? Anyone who even hints at canceling the greatest rivalry in college sports is either being misquoted or is unwell and should be hospitalized. And if you missed it, Lincoln Riley, USC has gotten out of a series versus Ole Miss. There was reports that they were trying to get out of the LSU game, which is the opener this year. But this question was mainly about the Notre Dame series because of what Lincoln Riley said at Big Ten Media Days. And so here's what Stuart Mandel wrote about, and I found it really interesting. He says at his introductory news conference in November of 2021, Riley, then taking over a 4-8 team with a completely broken culture, was asked how soon he could return USC to prominence. In this day and age, I think it can happen quickly, he said confidently, later adding, no time is soon enough. Mandel adds, spoken like a coach who realized full well that LA is not a town brimming with patience. Fast forward to last month in Indianapolis, though, and we get this. It takes time. I'm not a magician. I can't wave a magic wand and everything just be perfect right away. And so you want to talk about, John, a guy who the view of him has changed so quickly. I cannot remember, for a guy who has been above 500 in his first 2 seasons, who competed for a conference championship in one of those seasons, I cannot remember someone who the opinion on him has shifted so violently. Again, it's like one thing to be the hot shot like a Frost and to go sub 500. That's happened a million times. Group of 5 guys that fail at the higher level, get in line. There's going to be a bunch of them moving forward. But this is different because he was viewed as the offensive wizard, the quarterback wizard. I mean, still, he just had another number 1 draft.
He just said he's not a wizard.
Yeah, he's not a wizard anymore. He's just a quarterback. And so I can't remember something that has happened like this. And so it just kind of made me wonder, and I'm not the first person to ask this question, but like, is this going to be it for him? Is he going to, go through this season and maybe they hang out on that same record? Maybe they're an 8-5 team. They struggle to adapt to the Big Ten. When he went to USC, he did not expect this to happen. Now they're in the Big Ten. And he just says, maybe this is not what I want to deal with. I still don't think they'd fire him because his buyout, even though they're a private school, it's very, very large. We know that at least. I don't think they'd fire him, but would he beat it out of town, basically? Would he get out of Dodge before they can get to him?
Would an NFL team give him a go?
Would an NFL team give him a go? For a while it was like he's going to be a head coach. A lot of people were always saying with the Cowboys, that Jerry and who knows with Jerry, you never know. Would he go and be offensive coordinator? With something we just saw Chip Kelly do it. I would tend not to think that would happen, but I guess I should cease being surprised at things. But man, talk about a viewpoint of a coach that I had 2 years ago versus the one I have today, and it is very different how I feel about Lincoln Riley right now.
Well, I think whatever you think about Lincoln Riley, you probably have no idea because, look, he was the head coach at Oklahoma, and Oklahoma was like, "Hey, Lincoln, we're going to the SEC," and it was Will Smith meme. We.
Yeah, he got out of there fast,
and he was out of there like the next day. It's like after they said we were going to the SEC, and man, he just seems like a guy who isn't settled anywhere.
Yeah,
it never seems like he's in a place for the long haul now.
And you felt that way about him in Oklahoma too?
Well, I didn't until
he left.
Until he left, but the things you're seeing at USC, it just doesn't feel like he's settled there either. Like he obviously wasn't settled at Oklahoma. He left for USC.
Yeah, sure.
He left a really good program, which he had helped like continue on from the Bob Stoops era. It was really successful. Everything looked like it was going good. He had his quarterback of the future in Caleb Williams. And then all of a sudden, like, do you remember that when Lincoln Riley announced that he was it broke that he was
broke
the
day
head coach?
After their last game of the season. It broke the day after Bedlam. They lose Bedlam. They were a one-loss team going into Bedlam.
Do you remember how shocked you were?
Oh, it was because that was a guy going from a power league to a power league. We don't see that.
No, you don't see a guy go from a power league team who's at the top of their league
and always was
to go try and restore a team who had fallen off.
Yeah. And so I'm
this is like NCAA football 25 stuff where like, I've won too many national titles with this team. I got to go build another team.
You know what's interesting about him is like, he has gotten just a tiny bit worse every year. So his first year, that was the Baker Mayfield team, the last Baker Mayfield team. They lost to Georgia in the Rose Bowl. That team finished third in the country. The next year, 2018, that would have been who was their quarterback in 2018? That would have been, that was the Kyler Murray team. They went to the Orange Bowl and they lost to Alabama in a game that was not as close. They finished fourth. So just a tiny bit of a drop, right? The next year they finished seventh. That was the Jalen Hurts team that got boat raced by LSU. Yeah. Then the next year, the one that, this was the COVID year. So they win the Cotton Bowl. They finished 9-2. They finished sixth. So actually a slight uptick compared to the year before. The season that you're talking about when he leaves for USC, they finished 10-2 that year. Early on in the season, they lost to Baylor. They lost to Baylor on November the 13th. A couple weeks later, they lose Bedlam. And then he leaves literally the next day to go to USC. And then USC his first year, they're 11-3. They lose the conference championship game. They lose the Cotton Bowl. They finish 12th. And then last year, 8-5, and they finish unranked. So it's like 3rd, 4th, 7, 6, 10, 12, unranked. And so there's a part of me that wonders, is he like a great program builder? I mean, he certainly was a good program sustainer, though, again, a little bit of a drop-off, just enough every single year. And he definitely, I would say, in terms of the big picture coaches that we have in the sport, he is not that. Incredible offense, incredible quarterback coach. I mean, I just ripped him off, but Baker, number 1 overall. Kyler Murray, number 1 overall. Jalen Hurts was, second round, made a Super Bowl. Caleb Williams was just first overall. So that's 3 guys that have gone first overall, 3 Heisman Trophy winners. And the other one in there is Spencer Rattler. And, he was what he was. He's a great quarterbacks coach, but he is also, I don't think my opinion on him has changed the most because I don't think that he is someone that is really good in charge of the entire operation.
Well, I don't think he's likable either.
He is not.
And I did Happer last week and we were doing the summer school thing. We were talking to the USC reporter from LA. And he had, nothing but bad things to say about Lincoln Riley.
Very much out on him.
You could just hear the disdain dripping off his every word. Mm-hmm. And it's like, man, when you rub people wrong long enough, I mean, we know it all too well around here.
Yeah.
At some point, it stops mattering if you're not winning championships.
Yeah, and it makes an 8-5 season land a very particular way.
Absolutely. If people don't like being around you and like you're not pleasant and you're not winning at a level that is Nick Saban, because let's be honest, Nick Saban was not pleasant. He was not nice. He was not a nice person to be around if you were in the media. Mm-hmm. But he was winning championships, and there's absolutely no way that he was going anywhere.
Yeah, and so you're all like, "Oh, cool, you can do whatever you want."
Right.
But when you do what he has done, and when it comes across as kind of whiny, and that he likes complaining about things, and again that he doesn't have a great handle on the situation. Cody asks on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, who has had worse move/transition? 2 very awkward moves: Brian Kelly or Lincoln Riley. So they're both interesting, right? They both made the conference championship game of their new league in year 1. LSU made it. They lost to Georgia. USC made it. They lost to Utah. The USC one was certainly a more frustrating loss, I think, for the program. Georgia was supposed to beat LSU. USC, I don't really know. I think they were favored in that game, a slight favorite over Utah. They were supposed to win. They would have gone to the playoff in his first year. I am more of a believer in moving forward. I'm more of a believer in Brian Kelly. That he would be able, because he has truly won everywhere he has been. He won at Grand Valley State at the low levels. He won at Cincinnati. Notre Dame, like, it's interesting, John, how fast we've gotten used to Notre Dame being a playoff-ish team again on a regular basis, when for the majority of my life and yours, they were a team that was like very up and down, and they'd be good and then they'd be bad and good and bad. Like, Brian Kelly leveled that off, and now Marcus Freeman, hopes to continue that. So I'm more of a believer in him, but there's also a much larger sample size. That said, I mean, I guess it wouldn't surprise me if either of those guys got run out of town. But I think it might be Lincoln Riley before it's Brian Kelly. But again, I think that might be his own choosing if this season, again, is kind of middling. And the thing that we cannot overestimate, and that is that he is in a new league that he did not sign up for with USC.
I think it's more likely that Lincoln Riley leaves of his own accord before Brian Kelly gets fired.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
100%.
When we return, as Mike Stibbs says, always love how quickly Josh kicks Mitch off the show during these segments. John loves, it reminds me of when I was a kid and we go to church and my mom and dad would talk to people for like 20 minutes.
The Midwest goodbye.
I just want to eat. I'm hungry. I want to go have Doritos. That's what I was always thinking about at church, that I wanted to go home and have Doritos.
Doritos.
Lickety split. I wanted to talk about Lincoln Riley with John. So that's what we did.
All right.
And we had a great discussion.
Lincoln Riley.
Nick, do you have a dumb debates question for us?
I have a few.
He has a few. He said very confidently.
All right. Dumb debates.
All right. John Schreiner in for dumb debates for the first time ever. We will get to that when we return. We will also talk about the Brandon Aiyuk trade situation. We have content coming up, what's for dinner, and a whole lot more as we roll on into the happy hour on this Wednesday. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
A reminder before we get to dumb debates that 1620 The Zone and Liberty First Credit Union Arena present Ralston Day, sponsored by Liberty First Credit Union and all of our stations. It comes in 23 days, August the 30th through September the 2nd, in the Liberty First Credit Union parking lot, free admission, carnival rides, music, food trucks, and more. You can find out more information at 1620thezone.com. It is time for Dumb Debates. Woo! The time of the week where we ask you to send us your dumbest, your best questions that we can dive into, and we will give you the answers to the best of our ability. You know, it's funny, and we will we'll stick to sports here. But I tweeted yesterday about the new Democratic vice president nominee because he is from West Point, Nebraska.
He is.
So
yes.
Those
are all facts.
That's all that I'm saying here. So I just got a response from Don. Who? Yes, Nick.
Don.
Not that Don.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on Truth. Remember, Nick?
That's true.
His bio does end with "I do not DM." Like, okay, don't worry, friend.
Cool.
I'm not gonna DM you. But Don writes, Charles Starkweather was born in Nebraska. Being born in Nebraska does not make you a Nebraskan. And then it was devil emoji. Which
Charlie Starkweather was a Nebraskan.
He is a Nebraskan. Dumb debates. If you're born in a place, you are of that place.
That's
am I
why
right?
I'm an Iowan.
He's an Iowegian.
Yes,
is what
he
Nick
is.
is.
I
definitely
hate
is.
when people say that.
I didn't know that you hated it, but you shouldn't have told me
See,
that.
The worst thing is Ed says it too. Ed is also an Iowan, and I don't know why Ed purposely does that.
Well, maybe you should embrace it.
I think it's in reference to the Minnesota, Iowa, Nordic heritage. Iowa, Norway, Norwegian, Iowegian.
Done.
That's where it comes from.
And I think it's just a reference to people wanting to be annoying and different.
Yeah, a lot of people are basically
say Iowan.
They're like, don't say that Nebraska claims him. To which I say, nope, he's a Nebraskan.
You're right. You claim every Nebraskan.
Good or bad, they're
L.
Nebraskans.
Ron Hubbard, Nebraskan.
L. Ron Hubbard is a Nebraskan.
He's a Nebraskan.
It's inarguable.
You can't-
He was a terrible writer. Congrats on all the money that he
and a
made for
huge
himself.
fraudster.
Mm-hmm.
Donna Reed, Iowan.
Yeah. So if you're born somewhere, you are of that place.
You are.
You are of that place. So
It's whether unfortunate or fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
You are born here. You are from here.
Yep, indeed. So that is how we kick off dumb debates. Now there was a tweet that was quoted, and sadly I cannot see it. I'm guessing it's by someone that has blocked me. Let's see who it is. So there was a question that was asked: how old is considered blue hair? And our friend Dave Fight said, as I rapidly approach 50, I feel that blue hair is more defined by mannerisms than age, but it's a great dumb debates question for at USC 1620. Is blue hair an age or is it a mindset?
Yeah, I'm on the mindset team. The way you act, if you act like an old person and you stand on your front lawn and yell at people who turn around in your driveway and clip your grass with large scissors instead of a.
Do people do this?
No.
Freaks.
It's facetious, but
okay.
Yeah, it's definitely there's no age. You can be a blue hair at 35.
I mean, Happer's the oldest 31-year-old I know.
Happer is very old. I remember, when Mike Schaefer and I started becoming friends, and he would say some things, and I was like, "Oh wow, this guy has some old man takes." He was very much a get off my lawn kind of guy.
Yep.
At an early age. I'm with you guys. It is definitely a mindset, and the blue hair, though, I think goes beyond just traditional old opinions. I've started embracing my old man opinions. Like there was this tweet going around recently. It was like, "What's your most boomer opinion?" And one of our listeners, Sam, quoted it with, I thought, a perfect response. And it was like, the cross flex of NFC games going to CBS is like blasphemy. And it's like, that's my kind of take right there. Like, NFC games should be on Fox and AFC games should be on CBS. Keep them separate.
Oh,
that's not a boomer take, though, because Fox didn't exist.
That's
for
true.
The boomers.
Yeah, I guess the boomer take would actually be, I like it on CBS.
That's a millennial take, is what that is.
Yeah.
Keeping things separate, though.
Just broadcasts, Nick, of football. So I think that it's one thing to say, like, I'm trying to think of what's my oldest opinion, Nick? What's an opinion? Like, I'm not going to get on TikTok. Like, that's just being an old man and saying, I don't really feel like being involved in any of the new social media fads.
Yeah, I'm not even on Snapchat.
Same.
I'm not on TikTok either.
But there's a difference between that and going to a football game and telling people to sit down the entire time. Like, that's when you've reached ultimate blue hair status. In my opinion, it's being a jerk at sporting events because you're old.
I have started to get to the point where when I'm at a show, I start checking the time to try to figure out when the show's going to be over because I just want to go home and I'm tired.
Wow, you are definitely an old.
That's probably my oldest thing.
Yeah. Way to embrace the mindset, Nick.
I like going out, but there's a point where if there's like 3 openers to a show, I question if I even want to go.
Concert sounds terrible just for that very reason.
On the music topic, I've started to get into the olds territory.
In terms of?
Oh, please don't say.
The hip-hop music.
You don't like new hip-hop?
No, I listen to all my 90s hip-hop.
Hell yeah.
The Death Row records, all the Tupac, Snoop Dogg, Dre, like that era. I'm still like, that's still hip hop for me. That's the stuff that I hear now on the hip hop front. I'm just like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to this anymore.
Yeah. I think embracing your disdain for, new music, I think is definitely old guy territory. Now, look, maybe Nick, you'll never be there. Jack Mitchell still listens to new stuff.
I still listen to like a new rock and new alternative stuff and new metal and things like that. But the hip hop, I just like
new metal. I hope that I never become that. That is the one thing. That's why I started doing this thread for every Friday when I listen to a new album, because I used to be so into it and so on top of it. Then I realized during COVID, I just stopped listening to new music, but I never want to stop. I love new music. It's one of my favorite things. Any genre, I'll listen to it all.
Yeah, and then you give it grades.
I do.
But you didn't review the new Beatles song. Very sad. Sad Husker fan says, what channels were NFC games on before Fox? I don't remember. They were on CBS.
They were.
AFC games were on NBC at the time. And then, in the mid-90s, CBS lost the NFL for 4 years, I believe it was. And then NBC lost it to CBS. And then NBC got Sunday Night Football from ESPN. And here we are today. Keena says, millennial take, make tricks fruit-shaped again. I've never been a tricks guy.
No.
You don't want it to be fruit-shaped?
Look,
it all tastes the same.
Tricks were good when they were the little different colored spheres. That was the good tricks.
Isn't that what they do now?
Yeah, that's what it is now.
It is. They've gone back to that. That's the appropriate tricks.
Wow. This is a good dumb debate. It looks like you're debating with the listener. Joel says, Josh Peterson here for separate but equal. Talking about the NFL games and the networks they air on. I want to see Kevin Burkhardt calling Cowboy games, not Jim Nantz.
Interesting.
Not interesting. Normal. This is a normal take. Unless when the Ravens come to Cowboy Stadium, then it can be on CBS. Because that's the way that the good Lord intended it to be.
Right. So
there were 20 commandments originally. A few of them got lost. So Commandment 13 was, if the NFC team is hosting the AFC team, then it can be on CBS.
So you're fine if 3 out of every 5 games is on?
Okay, let's settle down, Nick. Come on now. That sounds like a compromise.
Josh Peterson here for Fox Networks.
Come on now. Sam says it's been 30 years. CBS lost the NFC. They've not had it longer than they had it the first time around. Wow. Excellent point. Exactly. I'm a Fox boy. for football. Damn it.
That's Mark's.
There's your oldest man take if you're a Fox
Dumb
boy.
debates. How many genders are there?
Oh.
All right, folks. Come on now. We're trying to do sports talk.
This just became old man dumb debate.
It really did. Sky says, can we come up with a cool nickname for Thursday storm? Like hurricanes get names. Why can't we come up with something? It would be better than saying July 31st storm.
It was a derecho.
No, but it needs a name beyond. Like you have Hurricane Bob, right? Like,
Well,
could
John
that be
gets pissed off when they name thunderstorms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Winter Storm Carol.
That was a pretty nice Carol of the Bells. That was a pretty gnarly storm, though.
It was super gnarly. Why can't we call it the gnarly storm? Or my trees.
Yeah, we had the trees are gone storm.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think power's back everywhere. Dodge Street is good to go now. On my way in yesterday, there were still a couple lights out. On my way home, it was home free.
The blackout?
The blackout?
The blackout.
It was.
The great blow, Jen. Never mind.
Oh, come on, John.
Come on.
Cody says you go to a public restroom and you can only have one of the following be automatic. Which are you picking? Toilet flushing, water turning on, soap dispensing, or paper towel dispenser / hand drying method. For all three other tasks, you must physically touch to work.
There's a correct answer.
So wait, real quick. I just want to make sure I understand. So only one thing is automatic, but it's still working.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, like, wait a second.
There's still a correct answer.
So real quick, toilet flush, water turning on, soap dispensing, or paper towel dispenser. Automatic. What's yours?
Toilet flush.
See, but I use my foot.
That's interesting. I've seen people do that in shows, but I'm not that limber, especially if you're in a small stall. Like the one we have here. Do you use your foot for that one?
No, that's a good point. I do use my hand to flush.
I think it's the toilet flush.
See, but then automatic toilet flush can kind of mess with you because have you ever been sitting on the toilet and then you might lean a little bit and then it just flushes?
You're leaning into
And
it
then
really
suddenly
hard. Yeah.
it's like you got the thing.
Yeah, like
it's a bidet.
The
It turns into a bidet.
But it's
kiss.
It's a gross bidet. It's not the bidet that you were that you were looking for. John, I think that your answer is probably solid. I guess I'll say this. I sometimes do not like automatic water because it's like, what are we
doesn't
doing?
always work
Yeah,
right.
like I was at an airport back in the spring when I went to the West Coast. And I remember one restroom in particular where it was a pain in the butt to wash my hands because of that purpose. And so automatic soap, I feel like, is always solid. Automatic flush, sometimes you're going to get the surprise.
The paper towel doesn't always work right either.
Paper towel doesn't, but I don't mind look, like, I know eventually you're going to touch some germs. There are germs everywhere. Like
But I feel like the most germs would be on the toilet handle.
Yeah, probably. But then you get to wash your hands afterwards. Like you don't wash the hands and then flush. You flush and then wash.
Unless you're one of those people that I've seen in many public restrooms who just leave right away.
Yeah, Happer in Vegas because he says Vegas is dirty. That's not a reason. That's the reason to wash your hands even more.
He has a baby now.
Yeah, he is a father of a child named Sophie. Congratulations to the Happers.
I got one.
All right.
Now, this can go because we all have a diversity of broad sports things.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the best nickname in sports?
Ooh.
Individual?
Yeah.
The best nickname in sports.
I have the obvious one, and I've mentioned it on the show a few times. But I think Wayne Gretzky being called the Great One is perfection because it explains everything about him. Like somebody called him the Great One at age 10, I think it was, and it's like, damn, talk about buying a stock. And he's the greatest player of all time. And so it's hard to think of one that is better than that. I will say this though. I really think Larry Legend, like that people call him the Legend. I like those where it's just like, it's not cute, but it explains, explains what they are.
Mm-hmm.
I always really liked Megatron for Calvin
Megatron
Johnson.
was
That's
awesome.
so awesome.
That was a good one.
That was one of my favorites. And there's I know you guys don't really pay attention to MMA, but the Last Style Bender.
Oh, that's good.
Style Bender.
It's like the Last Airbender, but for style.
It is.
That's solid.
NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator.
Intimidator, very good one.
Amazing.
Again, because it kind of explains it. I said that I don't, the ones that I gave were like not cute. I'll give one that I guess is kind of cute, but I mean, a guy being nicknamed Magic, and it never.
And it was his first name.
Yeah, it like we call it Magic, and
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like dumb, like that. It's like when you're named Magic, and then you grow up to play a style of basketball that is magical, and it's like, wow. Shout out to the person who named him Magic for the first time.
Yep.
Clint says sweetness for Walter Payton. That's
it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Just okay.
It's okay.
So I'm cheating, and I think baseball lends itself the best.
Yeah,
to
like
sports
old school
nicknames.
ones.
Oil Can Boyd.
Not even old ones.
Like the Colossus of Clout, the Great Bambino.
That is the Sultan of
SWAT.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm on MLB.com. It's an article from a while ago. The 25 best nicknames in MLB history. Kung Fu Panda for Pablo Sandoval.
Yep.
Amazing nickname. Turkey Sternness, Norman Stearns. The Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays.
Oh, yeah.
Goose Gossage.
Oh, Matt says Griffey Jr., the kid. That's a good one. Pedro says Andre the Giant. Greg from Hastings, Chocolate Thunder. That's what Daryl Dawkins was called. That's a really good one. John brings up another one that's just kind of explains a lot without, getting cute. Johnny Football. Yeah, the Johnny Manziel was called Johnny Football. I mean, like, how many players over the years were called something football? But for him, it really, really stuck. Really, really stuck well.
Before I watched the documentary, honestly, I thought that he was a player from the 70s.
Yeah, and he played a decade ago.
It sounds like that kind of nickname.
Yeah. Stib says Icky Woods. That's a good one.
Icky Woods.
Yeah.
Sad Husker fan says Black Mamba. That was Kobe's nickname. Oh, here's a good one from Zach. The Polish Rifle.
Eric Piatkowski.
Yeah, the Fridge. That's a good one as well.
Mr. November is really good.
For Derek Jeter.
Uh-huh.
Well, and originally
Mr.
there's
October.
Mr. October,
Mr.
Reggie,
October.
Reggie
Yeah.
Jackson. Yeah.
Like the lore, but I think a good nickname also has good lore accompanying
Definitely. That there is an event that you look back on in particular. Morgan in Colorado says Chipper. Yeah, Chipper Jones.
Chipper.
Along those lines, because a lot of these have been baseball nicknames. What is the best Major League Baseball hat?
Best Major League Baseball hat.
The Rocky City Connect.
Okay, settle down.
No,
Nick.
seriously. I do think that. I think the Rocky City Connect hat is really good.
What is the best traditional Major League Baseball hat?
traditional.
Because I'm thinking of like classic, clean. What is the best baseball hat? So some options, obviously. Yankees hat, of course.
The Dodgers.
The Dodgers hat, of course. Yeah, like
just the LA on it.
San Francisco, the SF, very, very good.
I mean,
The
not
Boston
to be a homer,
B.
but the White Sox, just the
SOX.
black hat with the SOX on
yeah.
it.
See, and those are all of the ones that I am kind of thinking of right
the
now.
old school
Yeah.
letter.
The interlocked TC for Minnesota.
I do like the Mets a lot.
The Mets one, interesting.
blue and
Mets one is-
orange.
yeah.
Because it's that very specific font.
Mhm.
I mean, I there's a part of me that thinks it's really hard to argue with the Yankees. I mean, just that NY and just how it's just so
It's the most
classic.
iconic.
It's so classic.
It's the most iconic.
See, between the Yankees and the Dodgers, though, those are also
LA
both
is badass.
Those are both fashion statement teams too.
Exactly.
Like you can go anywhere in the world.
People
Somebody's
who
probably
don't
wearing
care
one of those
about
hats.
baseball wear a Yankees
Exactly.
hat.
And they wear an LA hat. Yeah, because they represent.
Saw a lot of people in Los Angeles wearing upside down LA hats.
Dude, the upside down hats are in these days. Dak Prescott last year wore a
I
hat
felt like
that
an
said,
old
that
because I
said
didn't
Dallas
know.
upside
I
down.
didn't get it.
I don't get it either.
Like an upside down visor, or are they getting
No, the
The
font.
logo is upside down.
Yeah, it's like it will say Dallas, but upside down.
All right, here's my old man take. That's dumb.
I couldn't agree more, Nick. That's a great take.
Why?
Why
Again,
are we doing this?
Couldn't agree more. And I had this take when I was a young. Leaving the stickers on top of the hat, never understood it. Never understood it. I used to leave them on the bottom for some reason, but on the top, I never understood it.
It was just, I don't know. It was a
Bought it
statement
new
that
and not used, I
it
guess?
was brand new, I guess. I don't know. It was a flex.
Email from, this was Aaron and Papillion. Could you beat Noah Lyles at 100 meters if you were on a bike and you both started from a stationary position?
Not a chance.
No.
How fast?
He accelerates running way faster than I could on a bike.
How fast?
I bike a block and I feel like I'm gonna die.
All
I'm
right.
out of shape.
In
but
miles
still.
per hour, he was riding 27.09 miles per hour. That's how fast he was. I feel like I've ridden faster than that on a stationary bike, right? I think I have. I've ridden like 3-minute miles on a stationary. I guess that's only 20 miles per hour though. Yikes. Yeah, I'll probably say no then. Honestly, I think the issue I don't think it would be top speed. I think the issue would be the start.
No, acceleration.
Yeah,
it's for sure more acceleration.
On a bike.
I just looked this up. Anything over 18 miles an hour on a bicycle is very fit or racing speed.
All right. Yeah, I definitely have ridden that fast. Now, I haven't ridden that fast on an outside bike in a long. I mean, I don't remember the last time I rode a bike. It's only been stationary stuff at the gym.
Mm-hmm.
Average human sprinting speed is 24 miles per hour. Average biking speed is 16 to 22 miles per hour.
Now, is that average brought up with professional athletes in the equation?
Yeah.
Well, that's wild because, there are really good cyclists out there that the average, I feel like, for that should be higher, too.
Mm-hmm.
Mike says you couldn't go from 0 to 27 that fast. Yeah, that's the issue.
No way.
I think I could get to 27. I think next time I go to the gym, I'm going to hop on the bike and just see how fast I can go just to see what it's like pedaling. But, that's with less weight or whatever pushing against me.
Mm-hmm.
AI says on flat ground, a professional cyclist can average 25 to 28 miles per hour.
That's it? No offense.
I mean,
but I guess that's probably for a long period of time. Like Lyles can't do what he did for a minute. He can do it for 9 seconds.
Any bike-based activity is more than 100 meters.
Yeah.
You're not drag racing bikes.
Yeah. But again, as we keep talking about, it's definitely
bicycle
about
drag races.
Definitely about the start. Corbin says another baseball hot take: curved bill greater than flat bills. Yeah, and that's an old take. That's a good. Once you've reached the all bills should be bent, then you've definitely reached peak old.
I've always hated flat bill hats. I've tried to wear flat bill hats growing up. I didn't really wear hats that much until the last 4 years.
Look at you, hat boy.
But it annoys me so much as a new MLB fan. I see so many hats that I like that they're just flat bill.
Yeah.
And they don't have the design in like a trucker hat or just a normal, even like dad hat. That bugs me to no end.
I'll give you a tip. You can take the flat bill hat and bend it.
It doesn't look right though.
So for me, super wide head, most hats don't fit right.
Mm-hmm.
I buy the flat bill hats and bend them, and they fit my head right.
Interesting.
It's a tip for you wide heads out there.
The wide head boys.
Thank you, wide heads.
All right, and that is dumb debates. Unless you have any more, Nick, before we
do have one more. I brought this up, I think, yesterday.
Okay.
When are you done being middle aged? When does middle age end?
Oh yeah, we were going to try to figure.
When do you leave middle age and become an old?
Yes.
I think. Is this really, really nerdy as a radio guy? Once you've exited a very specific demo, yeah, I feel like 54 is the last of middle age, and then you're an old.
Yeah,
yeah, I think so. I think
55, you're
55 and up and is old. Yeah.
See, but they always.
My apologies to my parents. You're old.
But 50 is always described as being over the hill. So is it just a hard cutoff at 50?
50 isn't over the hill anymore.
No,
I don't think.
No. Times have changed.
Yeah.
I think it's like you're out of middle age when you retire. 64.
Oh wow,
wow. So I'll always.
Nick will be the 80-year-old middle-aged man.
I love it.
Wow, you think so? You think it's as long as you're working?
Yeah.
To a point, though, right? Like
Yeah.
if you're 80 and working,
I've definitely
you're not
worked with some old.
No,
Is middle-aged
It's 64, like the standard retirement.
So there's not. This is not like a mindset though, like blue hairs. This is a straight up.
No,
straight
because
up number.
what you're referring to is age, right? We're not referring to like blue hair is
a mindset.
A mindset.
Yeah.
Like you're a certain type of person when you're a blue hair.
Yeah. What do we say? Like, what is the mindset of middle-aged? If you were to define that, though, what represents a middle-aged mind? Do you consider yourself a middle-aged?
Yeah, I'm beyond 40 now.
Yeah.
So it's like 40 to 64. Like
Yeah.
you're in the middle of your life. You're not
Nice.
at the beginning or the end.
Yeah. You like it? You like being in the middle part of your life?
I'll tell you what, like
I like being in my late 30s.
my 30s were way better than my
Mid-30s.
20s. And so far, 40s going way better than 30s.
There you go. Yeah. I like being in my mid-30s. It's nice. It's fun. I'll be 36 soon. It's going to be great. You just got to embrace it.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see what happens when I turn 40, but 30 wasn't a huge deal. A lot of people
40 was not a huge deal for me either.
Yeah?
Like I did not fret about it.
didn't want to go buy a motorcycle.
No, I did not feel any. Like,
Honey, I'm dyeing my hair.
I didn't feel any specific thing when I turned 40.
Yeah.
Like I think I tweeted out on my 40th birthday, like a lot of people worry about turning 40. Not me. I'm still 17. Like it doesn't. It's like
my mom just says I'm not old. There you go. So she says she's not. So my mom is still middle age.
She is.
All right. There you go. Congrats, Mom.
Doesn't look a day past 29.
Okay. What are you doing? What are you trying to do over here, Nick?
Just trying to compliment your mom.
Interesting. Maybe let's keep the mom compliments to ourselves. I don't talk about your mom.
You don't.
And
You
how
can compliment my mom.
He
how
just
she left.
talked about his mom in the crossover.
I just said he didn't need to see her. I said he could have came to my wedding. It was really fun.
Wish I could.
You said it was not important to celebrate her birthday.
No, she said many of them. 50-something of them.
You never know the last time you're going to see somebody,
That's
Josh.
true. That's Nick. That's a great point. That's a great point. All right, when we return, the latest on Brandon Aiyuk and just some questions that we have overall about that. I know you have an angle on it from the Aiyuk case. I will present maybe a different angle from the 49ers case, and we'll also get to unsportsmanlike content as we get close to wrapping up the show here in the happy hour. It is Unsportsmanlike Content. John Schreiner in for John Bishop here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson and John Schreiner with you on this Wednesday. Jimmy Allen will be in tomorrow for John. On Friday, it'll be Mike Stibbs. And then on Monday, Nick Grimm is leaving us. And
bye, Nick.
It'll be Jack
I'll be on my way back. Technically, I'll be coming back to you.
Interesting.
Hi, Nick.
Nick's going to his second baseball game?
Second baseball game, first Rockies game.
Wow. Hopefully they don't lose by 12 runs.
They're playing the Braves.
Hopefully they don't lose
They're going to lose by 11 runs.
18 runs. So that is what is happening over the next few days. I'll be out next Friday as well. And then we will be back together in the final ramp-up to the start of the football season. Speaking of the football season, so Brandon Aiyuk, we've mentioned him a couple of times today in passing about a potential trade. So a couple of things, first of all. So last night at 9:12 p.m., Adam Schefter tweeted, after inquiring about Brandon Aiyuk's availability, the Patriots have decided not to explore any further trade possibilities with the 49ers regarding their standout wide receiver. Patriots are excited about young receivers and want to focus on them. Matt, I believe it's Mayako, who covers the 49ers for NBC Sports. He tweeted last night, a few minutes later, the Patriots had an agreement in place with the 49ers and a large offer to Aiyuk on the table, but he did not show interest in going there. So he declined going to the Patriots. The latest from The Athletic, because I know that there are some rumors going around right now that he is going to get traded to the Steelers. I know that you saw something like that a few minutes ago. But right now, according to Diana Rossini, Matt Barrows, and Mike DeFabo of The Athletic, they say the Steelers are still engaged in trade talks with the San Francisco 49ers involving Brandon Aiyuk, although the two sides have yet to reach an agreement, league sources told The Athletic on Wednesday. The 49ers, to this point, haven't been satisfied with the Steelers' offers and would like a receiver in return for Aiyuk as part of a trade, a league source said. A little bit more. 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan confirmed Tuesday the team gave Aiyuk permission to negotiate a potential new deal with other teams. Over the weekend, the Browns and Patriots were the top suitors, and the Steelers have resurfaced as a possible destination. So that is what we know officially. Again, there is some out there that think that he is going to end up with the Steelers, but we haven't really been able to totally lock that down. I know that you have a question about Aiyuk, but I want to read it. First of all, I wanted to read this tweet from Mark Mosier, who covers the NFL for Locked On. He says, I really don't understand why the 49ers don't just keep Aiyuk for the 2024 season and let him walk in 2025 if they are only going to get back a 2. I would think a year of Aiyuk plus a comp pick is greater than a late second-round pick. I think the answer has to be like they don't think that he doesn't want to be there to the point where it would be to their detriment, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the reason why they want to get rid of him. It's not because they don't want him on the roster anymore. It's because he doesn't want to be there, and that could cause
he's a
problem.
malcontent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting, but to that point, like, do you really think he's worth a 1? Like, a 2 is probably the best you're going to get for him. As far if you're looking for draft picks, is it going to get better than a 2?
So his numbers in his career so far, as I pull up his stats page, he will be entering his 5th year. Last year, 1,300 yards, most ever in a season for him. The year before, 1,000, 826, 748, 25 career touchdowns. Like, I think he's damn good. First round, it's a good question. Like, we've seen first round receivers or guys get first round picks before. You know, Dallas traded for Amari Cooper and they got a first, or they had to give up a first for him. I don't think Aiyuk is that good.
I don't either.
But I think he's... So, yeah, I guess he's probably a step below that, so he's probably worth a second rounder.
So, I mean, that argument doesn't make a lot of sense to me from that perspective. But my question was on the player's side of things. Like, you're talking about getting traded to the Patriots or the Browns or the Steelers. You're currently playing for a team who most people think have a pretty good shot at being the NFC representative, as good as anyone in the NFC. Like, I think that's not debatable. They have
100%.
They have as good a shot at being the NFC representative in the Super Bowl as any of the teams in the league. And you're asking to be traded, and the trade partners are rebuilding New England, dumpster fire Browns, rebuilding Steelers.
So what's your opinion on, like, I obviously know where you're going with this.
Why would you want those options?
So let me ask you this. If the options were better teams, let's say the options were like the Rams, trying to think of realistic ones. Like they're not a realistic option. Like if the Cowboys were like, we'll give up X, Y, and Z. Like, does your opinion of this change, or is it less about the destination and more about who he's leaving?
If it's like, hey, you could get traded to the Chiefs today, you could get traded to the Bills
then
today,
it's a different discussion.
You could get traded to the Cowboys today.
Yeah,
like those, I would be like, okay, that seems like a pretty good.
Well,
move.
is it a beggars can't be choosers thing for him, right? Like, I think it's less about to a point, because he said no thank you to the Patriots. I think it's less about the destination and more about, I think he wants to feel appreciated, right? Like they're coming upon the 49ers are a very interesting time, just because Brock Purdy is now 2 years away from his contract situation. I mean, like really
He's
one more
getting
season.
paid essentially nothing.
Yeah, and like seriously, last pick of the draft, he is, for what his production level has been, he does not cost a thing
for a starting quarterback.
Let alone a guy who's
whether you're good or not.
Yeah, he all pro type numbers. They're another season like that away from having to really make a tough decision. And this is unlike anything we've seen before, because
that decision is probably Christian McCaffrey.
In terms of what?
You're going to have to, like, he's going to be 30 years old, and you're going to have to make that decision.
I was talking, no, my decision was to pay Purdy or not. Because, like,
they're going to pay Purdy.
I think they will too, but if anyone was not going to pay the coach or the player, the quarterback, this would be the franchise because of the coach that they have. Because, like, I don't know. There's a part of me that wonders if, and I don't think this, I think that they're going to sign him. But if I was playing devil's advocate, I would say, is there a part of Kyle Shanahan where he's like, I just made this guy this. Like, I can do it. I can do it with anybody, And then a lot of people would say, no, you didn't do it with Trey Lance. And Trey Lance got hurt and he has barely played any snaps in a game.
Has looked like an absolute.
Yeah, he's a bust. So the answer to that is like, no, you can't. But
camp.
I think they're going to pay him. But once you pay the quarterback, I mean, we're seeing it right now in Philadelphia. As they pay Jalen Hurts, it's going to cause them to have to rework things.
Have you read any of that stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni?
Oh, yeah. That'll come up in content today. So
of course, Josh knows.
Oh, yeah. I saw a story about them and I'm like, sign me up. But that, like, this is a part of when you have a quarterback that you have to sign, other guys, you have to move on from them. And so I think that he's reading the tea leaves that they don't want to do that. They don't want to sign him, or at least they do want to sign him. They just don't want to pay him what he thinks he's worth. And so if they're like, all right, we'll trade you, beggars can't be total choosers. He can say no to New England. Maybe he can't say no to the Steelers, and he's able to move on. Plus, I would say this, like, I do think, guys really want to get paid, obviously. It wouldn't surprise me if he thinks I can help make them that. I'm a big reason why the offense is what it is. Even though I would look at that and say, are you sure?
Are you sure it's not Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle?
Yeah, and your head coach, again, the guy who has designed like this offense that has...
And you have the best left tackle in football.
Has a crazy floor. The floor of the Kyle Shanahan offense, regardless of quarterback, is higher than other offenses are at full strength. He's a ridiculous offensive mind. Speaking of the Eagles, we will indeed talk about the ESPN.com story that dropped earlier today about the disconnect between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Also in content, the most important player in college football and hammerhead flatworms and why we should all be on the lookout for the end of our lives.
My God.
I know. Nick wrote that question. He sent it to me. I cleaned it up. I sent it back to him. So if he misreads it, it's because he typed it wrong originally. That's the problem.
Thank you, editor.
Thank you, editor. Indeed. We will get to that and more next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, Nick, let's get to some unsportsmanlike content.
I'm here to conduct myself in an unsportsmanlike manner.
The White Sox won last night.
Unsportsmanlike
Sad.
conduct. 15-yard penalty.
Wow. Just interrupting Nick?
Yep.
Gave him a penalty.
I threw the flag.
I'm bummed. I'm bummed about the White Sox losing for a few reasons, John. One, I wanted to see how long the losing streak would go.
And you hate me.
No. Are you a White Sox fan?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. No, so the other reason is John was worried that the White Sox would end their losing streak to the Cubs, and that's when I wanted to see it happen.
Oh, all right.
So that would have been fun. So yeah, well, I guess it was a sad day for me. I'm happy for you at least, though.
Well, in a weird way, it was the only thing I had to root for this season was that the White Sox would, in fact, become the worst team of all time.
Yeah.
You always have the Rockies, John.
No, we'll always have Colorado.
This morning on ESPN.com, the headline makers put together a perfect story for some sicko like Josh.
Or a great person like Josh.
Inside the disconnect between Eagles coach Nick Sirianni and QB Jalen Hurts. Josh,
Nick?
Are you going to be annoying about this if you end up being proven correct on the headman in Philly?
I don't know. You would have to define annoying. Will I remind people that I said that he sucked and was a stupid hire all the way back in 2021, and then he got lucky for a season, and now he's going to get fired because he's horrible at building relationships? Maybe. Maybe I will do that. If he gets fired in season, will I dance on his grave and enjoy the Eagles being a horrible football franchise? Maybe. I can't say for certain, though. In all seriousness, what a fascinating story this was.
Doesn't make Jalen Hurts look very good either.
That is what I was going to say next. Like, every time they show him on the sidelines, I'm wondering what you think, but I'm always like, I don't want to see that from my quarterback. Like, in 2022, when they were on that great run, it was like, oh, man, he's always even-keeled. But when you're struggling, I feel like you got to light into some guys on the sideline, and he seemed to disconnect from things late last season. So not a good look for him either.
Well,
I would agree.
Some of the reporting was about him just like wanting the offense to be different.
Yep.
And so changing up things inside the offense on the fly. Like some of the reporting was like, a play was called and he decided that he was going to freelance with AJ Brown. They were going to do something a little different than what the play was actually
Seahawks
called.
game. Wild.
And it's just like, well, that's no way to build a relationship either. So both of you are kind of at fault here.
Yeah.
Friend of the Grom, Bill Connolly, says Will Howard is the most important player in college football CFP race this season. Do you agree?
I agree for one reason, and that's because I don't think Will Howard is that good.
So basically you're saying like he will be the reason that they are unable to win a national championship.
Yeah, that's my point, is that like I have never understood why everybody wanted Will Howard so bad. Like he can run the ball pretty well.
Yeah.
He can throw the ball not as good as Kyle McCord, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get it. So is he the most important piece in the CFP race? He very well could be, because I think he might hold Ohio State back.
Okay, so you and I are handshake memeing this, because that was the thing that I thought too. Like, I think Will Howard is a good quarterback, definitely. Would I want him on my team? Absolutely. I'd sign up for a Will Howard experience. Ohio State's different, though. Like, that's a team. What was Ohio State's issue last year? Quarterback. Like, they had a fine quarterback. He was good. Kyle McCord was good. But this is a program, we talked about Lincoln Riley earlier, kind of like that, where it's a bunch of first-rounders going back over the last few years. And so, going from McCord to Howard, like, I guess it's an upgrade.
I don't think it is.
Yeah?
I think it's like you're upgrading the running ability, but you're
downgrading
downgrading the passing ability.
Maybe, and this is, I think, what they'll bet on. It's not going to matter because he'll do what the coaches tell him to, and they are loaded everywhere else. Like that, and of course, you get mulligans now with the expanded playoff. But yeah, I'm with you, but not for like a positive reason. By the way, 2 through 5, Alex Orji, quarterback at Michigan, was 2. Dylan Gabriel, Oregon, 3. Jalen Milroe at Bama was 4, and then Drew Aller was number 5. So all quarterbacks in the top 5, and honestly, none of them outside of, I guess, Dylan Gabriel and maybe Jalen Milroe. It seems like that we're kind of thinking about them from the it will probably cost them rather than it will probably get them the championship.
We touched on this earlier in the Grum.
Yep.
John, you love non-traditional sports.
I do.
What's your favorite thing that's happened this summer in the non-traditional sports world?
I'll give you two.
Okay.
Number one, we'll say 1A, was the United States women's rugby sevens team winning the bronze medal.
That was tight.
Knocking off the favored Australians in the bronze medal match after they were beaten by Canada in the semifinals. That was a huge upset and a huge step forward for women's rugby in the U.S. That's 1A. 1B is actually USA beating Pakistan in cricket in the T20 World Cup. That is like an all-time great upset.
I forgot about that. Can you give us the 15-second? Why was that as massive as everyone says it was?
Because Pakistan is consistently like 1, 2, 3 in the world in cricket.
Okay.
They're like amazing, like World Cup good, like winning good. USA is never good at cricket. Like,
interesting.
USA never wins anything.
Was this the under 22 or whatever? Or was
no,
this
it's the T20, the test. So cricket has different formats. Like there's the 3-day test match, which you play from like sun up to sundown on 3 consecutive days.
No, thank you.
That's awesome. I like that.
And then you have like, there are limited overs games, and a T20 is like about the length of an average baseball game.
Okay.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Last week on August 2nd, as the Big Ten welcomed 4 new teams into the league, they offered promo codes for a full year's worth of BTN+. The code eventually became invalid. Too many other Big Ten fans signing up for free subs?
It certainly seems to be the case. I know that a lot of Nebraska fans took advantage of all of these. And so, like, each school had their own, like, sign up for the Oregon BTN+. But you get access to everything. And that subscription is not cheap. It's close to $100. Quality is also pretty cheap as well on those broadcasts. But shout out to the Husker fans. I know some of them who took advantage of this, and they'll get to watch early season Nebraska men's basketball games. They'll get to watch soccer. They'll get to watch select baseball games, et
There'll
cetera,
be some volleyball on there. I'm
volleyball
sure.
will be on there.
Yeah.
Have you ever called anything for BTN Plus?
Never have.
Never have. I did a couple games in college, but it is mostly student, right? Like they
I
don't
think it's the old student U.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what it was when I was when I was when I was in my 20s, like Nick. Yeah, indeed.
Russell Wilson, let's steal, was listed as starting quarterback on the Steelers depth chart. Are you surprised by this, and will he be their starter all year long?
Not at all surprised. Russell Wilson is the better of the 2 quarterback options in Steeler land. And I kind of think he will be the starter all year long. I think he's going to be just good enough to hold off Justin Fields.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of either of those guys at this point in their career. Russell Wilson was awesome. He is no longer awesome. Justin Fields is he's a great running threat.
He's a gimmick.
But man, his passing ability it's horrible at the next level. Like remember his first year starting for Ohio State? He had 1 interception like the whole year. And he just struggles at reading defenses in the NFL.
Yep.
So, I'm not surprised for the reasons you mentioned. And barring injury, I think it'll be Wilson. I guess there is a world where at the end of September, early October, it's like, oh, wow, Russell Wilson is just horrible. And they're like, let's try something different. That said, like, it is a really good franchise that he's going to. The floor is higher there lately than it has been in Denver. So, maybe that helps him out a little bit.
I guess I could also envision a scenario where Mike Tomlin gets fed up with Russell Wilson and his corny attitude and, like, says, like,
100%. Happen in Denver.
I don't want you anymore.
Happen in Seattle. Happen in Denver.
Germany is a 5-point favorite tomorrow over France. What is this, World War II?
No.
While the U.S. men's basketball team are favored by 16.5 over Serbia.
There you go.
Both favorites going to win to set up the gold medal game this weekend.
To be fair, Nick, in World War II, Germany would have been a much larger favorite than 5 points, right? It would have been closer to probably 16.5.
We won't know, though, because France is like, you can have it.
Oh, yeah. So
the history.
It's like an FCS matchup, I guess. That's the over, by the way. Yes, I think so. I'm going to go with Germany. I know a lot of people, obviously the U.S., I think a lot of people will pick France 5.5 points or 5 points. That's very enticing for the home team. I know that there have been some accusations, not like really bad stuff, but more like they're getting home cooking, everybody. So maybe that happens a little bit. The crowd certainly will be very, very, very partisan. But give me the Germans to go into France and get it done. And the Americans.
Not the first time.
No, indeed. We're going to beat this.
No, give me Wemby and Gobert.
That would be sweet. That's what I want for the record.
Yeah. I think France is going to pull off the win.
Boys, The end of the world is here.
Cool.
Disgusting, toxic, foot-long hammerhead flatworms are invading Texas, and they're almost impossible to kill because they regenerate if cut in half. What in the hell?
There's a guy out there who's been saying we got to secure the southern border, right?
They look cool. They look like, you know how there's like filling inside of like donuts, like an eclair? It kind of looks like they just dumped the eclair on top of the worm.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah. So apparently these things are, they're toxic, hard to kill, dangerous to native critters like earthworms, but they likely pose little danger to humans or larger animals. So like, sorry to the bugs, but we're okay. But they're invading Texas.
Until they mutate.
Is this what they're talking about with the caravans?
Caravans
Is this what they're talking about on Fox
yeah.
News? It's the caravans of the worms that are coming into Texas.
We need worm internment camps. That's what we need.
Cheap 1999 writes, "Where's the tiny baby Buff's response to the video edit darts only?" Yeah, Nick, I mean, you are the director of video. You have any ideas ruminating in that skull of yours about doing a darts only video? If you missed it, the Buffs put out a video earlier today of Shedeur throwing a touchdown to somebody. I didn't see who it was.
Somebody.
But it has the angle behind him, and then it cuts at the very end to a player in the end zone. It looks very, very fake. Very, very fake. So people started making fun of them and doing them in all sorts of ways where you would throw it. And like one that I saw that Nick sent my way was from Montana. And so it's a practice, but when it cuts, it's to a catch they had in the playoff last year, for example. There have been some other ones as well where it obviously, again, it looks fake. Now, Colorado has followed up and they have sent out the full video and it is caught, at least in the video they did send out, but it doesn't look very good. But a pretend one would be nice, Nick.
Yeah.
Cut to Uncle Rico.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an idea.
Nick throws a football and suddenly Jimmy Allen catches it. Nick's out of the studio, but Jimmy catches it in the studio. Could be very, very funny.
It would be funny.
Could be very, very funny. So, all right, we'll see if we get to creating any of that. One more thing before we get to what's for dinner. You mentioned this. Speaking of football, you directed this my way earlier, and we'll play this on the YouTube page. But the Appalachian State practice, was that today or was that within the last couple of days? Do you know the background of this?
I saw it on Twitter like this morning.
So, let's just click play on the video and then we can describe it for our audience listening at home. But there's a bit of a fight going on and a player rips a helmet off and then he swings the helmet and he hits the player. You know, John, we have often said, like, why do football players punch guys who have helmets on? Dude, this is your teammate, man. Like, if you did that in an NFL game or a college game, you'd be kicked out, and then you'd be suspended for games.
I think it was like 06 or 07. It happened in a game like Miami was playing. I want to see FAU, FIU, something like that.
The Miami announcers were hilarious.
And the Miami player ripped off another guy's helmet and swung it at. He missed.
Yeah.
But he's like, it wasn't like this, where this was like kind of it wasn't a full on like as hard as you can swing. The App State player in that Miami game in the early 2000s, like, that Miami player swung it with violence in his heart.
And you get suspended, man.
He might have killed that guy. That might have been like homicide.
The best part, a good thing about this is they are wearing the extra padded helmets that the guys have these days, but still, man, like, your teammates
out on those, by the way.
Your teammates.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all. Like taking someone's helmet off and swinging it like a caveman swinging it at a club at his dinner. Like,
not great.
Not good at all.
No, indeed. But you know what is good?
Dinner.
What's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, it's time for What's for Dinner. John, you are the guest of honor. What's for dinner?
Yeah, so it's going to be wings. It's going to be wings for your boy. Going to stay here and do 2 more hours of radio, but one of our sponsors, our fine sponsors of the After Hours radio program, Cunningham's, brings us wings on Wednesday.
Man, that is awesome.
Sounds good.
I have some leftover vodka pasta that I will be enjoying.
Josh is getting drunk.
Man, dude, it's always so funny because she made it yesterday for lunch, actually. And so I look over, and on our counter, there's this big handle of vodka. And it always is like, wait a second, what are we having again? So yeah,
booze.
Vodka pasta.
Nice.
Nick?
Chicken breast and some yet to be determined veg.
And some yet to be determined veg. You got any leans?
Corn.
I like brock. Big brock guy.
That's a grain.
That is a grain. I like broccoli.
Roasted or steamed or in the microwave?
I really like steamed broccoli.
Yeah.
I'd be good with green beans.
Oh, yeah.
But like cooked in a way where they still have that snap to it, you know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here's a tip for your broccoli, okay? You're going to love this, all right? Melt a bit of butter in the pan. After the broccoli's steamed, throw it in there. Toss that in salt and pepper with the butter. And then a little shredded cheese on there. Put the lid back on. Let the cheese melt in that buttery sauce. The buttery sauce with the cheese and the salt and pepper. Primo.
I have really found myself, and this is something my wife does, but she will often roast it, and so finish it in the air fryer in the oven, so it gets a nice little crisp to it, like especially like broccoli, a little crispiness to it. So
air fryer's key.
Very, very tasty. It is indeed. Coming up on the Grum tomorrow, Jimmy Allen will be in, and we will have Robin Washington on, talk about Georgia and 25 teams. Also, Mitch Holus. Speaking of Jimmy, you and Jimmy are next.
We're next. We're coming up.
You're going to have wings.
We're going to have some wings. We're going to have some sports talk. I'm having sports talk for dinner. That's what I'm having.
Dude, you are. Because of the time that your show is on, you really got to plan around that. You're often eating sports. John, we appreciate it. Good to have you back.
Thank you, John.
Thanks for the invite.
I'll see you soon.
Tomorrow. Like tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be seeing you twice tomorrow because I'll be here doing the Happer show.
And then after hours. For John, Nick, I'm Josh. Bye-bye.
Bye.